What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty, and welcome to another amazing video. You can follow me on Patreon for exclusive stories. 3BSO51. Want to run? Break the sunny with one punch. Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. Oh my god, what did I see? An iron ball bigger than a boat? No, is this something a human can lift? It's so easy to see him like this. Isn't this Marine Vice Admiral too exaggerated? Why do I feel that his strength is not weaker than Admiral's? The huge iron ball kept swinging. It makes the people below look so insignificant. The rising wind. Huge waves blew on the sea. This exaggerated visual impact. Let the residents in the city who are watching the battle. There was a moment of wonder. Fortunately they were far away. And in a high terrain, if not, just the wind caused by the circular motion of the iron ball. It was enough to blow them away, at this time. The mayor of Bingshan was also notified. Came here. He also looked at this scene in disbelief, at the same time. His eyes also focused on the only person sitting at the scene. Although amazed by Garp's strength, but Bingshan is more concerned about the new Inspector General. He was curious. One does not give face to the world government. Not giving the Marine headquarters face, anyone who dares to publicly execute Shichibukai. What kind of person is he? So serious, looks very meticulous. Is this supervising the battle? Bingshan analyzed in a low voice. I can't help but sigh. This powerful aura, sitting there. Just like a mountain. Now, Ron's expression was indeed not very good. Garp this guy. Over and over again, be clever in front of yourself. Did he think he couldn't see it? This iron ball is just an appearance. In addition to exaggerated attacks, it's useless. It's okay to deceive the ignorant onlookers. Advertisement. Does Garp still think that he is one of those ignorant people around him? When you see a big iron ball, you feel that the attack is very fierce. This old guy. Are you looking down on yourself too much? Let me see for now, how will you perform in a while? Ron snorted. Garp, when are you going to transfer? Garp was shocked. It seems that you really can't show any flaws. A little delay. Just discovered by this guy. How abominable. My dear grandson. You should hurry up and get on the boat. Hope this new ship. Don't let me down. Grandpa has tried his best to help you delay. But if it continues to be delayed, I'm afraid it will be seen. Garp just flips the chain and spins the ball. It had been going on for nearly a minute. Ron was almost asleep. I don't see why he is stalling for time. Ron pointed it out in public. Garp also felt a little confused on his face. If you continue to transfer, it's indeed a bit much. That's when Luffy and the others have hurriedly boarded the new ship Sunny. The time has come. Garp couldn't help but smile. An excuse that you think is perfect, blurted out. I'm looking for the right moment to catch them all. Subsequently, the huge iron ball came out. It is several times the size of the Sunny. Like a planet falling, cutting through the sky. Terrifying pressure. Everyone around him held his breath, staring at this scene intently. Now, a black spot continues to expand in the pupils of Luffy and others. Until everyone is shrouded in darkness, and this time, Frankie exclaimed. Supo advances, with a hiss. A powerful airflow was ejected directly from the rear of the Sunny. Advertisement. Huge reaction force. In an instant, the Sunny was pushed directly into the air like a cannonball. Extremely fast. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. The residents of the Seven Waters City were all amazed. What a terrible ship. I didn't expect that I could escape from such a huge attack. Garp smiled imperceptibly. Everything was as he expected. Seamless. This time, everyone has seen that I have tried my best to attack, right? Their ship is so powerful that it can fly. Who would have thought of this? This is no wonder I am. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that my attack just now was aimed at wiping out their entire army. Only, I didn't expect their ship to fly. There are so many people watching. You can't still say that I'm letting my own grandson go. Actually, what they don't know is, I had already heard the shipbuilder's conversation with my knowledge. The fact that this ship can fly was known in advance. Ha ha ha. Garp thought proudly, at the same time. I am extremely proud in my heart. He is indeed his own grandson. Such a nice ship. It will be very difficult to catch them again in the future. Garp saw that the Sunny had flown very far away. There was only a looming little black dot left in the sky. It's finally safe. There's nothing Ron can do to stop it, right? Only then did I feel relieved, turning to look at Ron. He put on a sighing expression. Pretending to be regretful, he said. Inspector General, you should have noticed that I tried my best. It's really abominable. I wanted to wait for them to board the ship and catch them all. Who would have thought? This ship can actually fly. Hear this old guy's unreasonable quibbles. Ron's face was expressionless. Get up slowly, look in the direction where the Sunny is flying away. He gently clenched his fist, then he gathered his strength and punched in that direction. Advertisement, a normal punch, in an instant. The entire air is compressed extremely quickly, from the direction of Ron's fist. It was like an air cannon was fired, cutting through the night sky. Although it was an upward punch, but even so, the entire nearby seawater is divided into two. Set off huge waves. In people's shocked eyes, the little black dot that had flown to the end of the field of vision. It fell apart instantly, a sturdy pirate ship forged from the Adam's tree. That's it, it shattered directly in midair, into pieces. Scattered from the air. Everyone who sees this scene. The telescope in his hand fell directly to the ground. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Unbelievable. This is actually something a human being can do. The ship has obviously flown so far away, it can actually break the ship into pieces in the air. What kind of thing could a monster do? Terrible. How is this possible? Even Garp was confused. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. Because, it's obvious that Ron has no use for Haki. This is pure physical power, hateful. Is your grandson okay? Garp's expression turned angry, but trying to suppress it. Because he didn't know what happened to his grandson. And just then, Ron suddenly turned to look at him. His expression was very cold. You said you tried your best? Did this Inspector General tell you? Don't challenge my bottom line again and again. And you have to do this. Next, it's time for us to settle the score. Serves as Inspector General. Regarding this kind of incompetent fighting and deliberately letting the enemy run away. Punishments must be made. 052. Removed from the post of Garp Marine Vice Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. CP9 has not seen the Inspector General take action. This was the first time they had seen it. Now, their hearts were filled with overwhelming emotions. They didn't expect it anyway. This Inspector General is secretive. She looks delicate, like some noble prince. Did not expect. It turned out to be so strong. That punch just now. The impact on them was really too great. Refreshed CP9's 3 views. After all, to them, Ron is from world government. Given their long-term experience serving world governments, I have met countless high-ranking officials in the world government. These people are without exception. They are all fighting against the 5 scum. Except for the 5 elders, of course. Hard to imagine. An Inspector General sent by the world government. It's so strong. And, never condone pirates. Even if this pirate is the grandson of marine hero Garp. He still punched hard, not giving Garp any face. Anyone with eyesight can see it. Garp must have let off steam just now. CP9 is not stupid. Of course they can see it too. If it were any other member of the world government, or marine executives, seeing this scene now will give Garp some face. Turn a blind eye. Just pretend you didn't see it. Advertisements sell Garp a favor. Just let the Straw Hat crew go as the tide goes, and that's it. They had already launched an attack anyway. If you don't catch it, the people above can't blame the people down. And this kind of thing, everyone knows it more or less. As long as it's stated openly, that's fine. Move your hands symbolically. Fortunately, everyone has an explanation, but this Inspector General takes an unusual approach. After Garp has let Luffy go, stopped it with one punch. CP9 looked at each other, sighed. This Inspector General. Unlike other senior staff, he is the one who truly implements justice. Isn't this what I and others have been pursuing? CP9 joined the intelligence organization training since childhood. He also has a heart for justice, but didn't meet Mingzu. I have seen too many dirty deals between the upper class and pirates. After seeing through the collusion between officials and bandits, the whole government was colluding with each other. All they do are shady tasks. It goes against the justice in their hearts. But today, they met someone they could really follow. What Ron did, let them see hope again, starting today. All CP9 are even more determined to be loyal to Ron. Aokiji saw this scene. I couldn't help but feel a twitch in my heart. It never occurred to him. Ron really doesn't give Garp any face at all. Judging from the attack just now, Aokiji remembered the scene where Ace was beaten away yesterday. Advertisement. It looks like this. It must have been done by this Inspector General. The strength of this guy, it's really bottomless. There is obviously no armament Haki. Just rely on punching to move the air. Can launch such a powerful attack. It's really incredible. But now Vice Admiral Garp is completely pissed off. And listen to this Inspector General's tone. It seems that we still need to settle the matter of Vice Admiral Garp's leak just now. Now things get complicated, don't know what will happen soon. The lively audience watched from the high platform. After seeing Ron's strength, also shocked, have to say. This is also the first time they have met. They all just thought that Straw Hat Crew would definitely be able to run. But I didn't expect it, they have already flown so far. It can actually be intercepted in midair, isn't this too scary? The attack power of the Marine Vice Admiral just now was scary enough. They thought it was the scariest scene they had seen today. Throwing cannonballs with bare hands, swinging a big iron ball with one hand. Which one is mentioned is enough for people to talk about. But at this moment, seeing this bald inspector punching the air, it doesn't seem to take much effort, just directly place a ship made of dongbao in the distance. Beaten to pieces, it also refreshed their understanding. It seems that the Inspector General is very powerful. Don't underestimate it either, this made them curious. Advertisement in the end, Vice Admiral Garp is stronger at throwing cannonballs with his bare hands. Or is the Inspector General stronger who can fight with his bare hands? And at this moment, facing Ron's questioning eyes, Garp said angrily, "What did you say? Which eye of yours saw me leaking water? Which of my attacks did I not use my full strength?" Garp is very angry now, did not think of, almost released Luffy. This guy was actually intercepted halfway. I still don't know what happened to my grandson. Below is the sea. He is still capable. What should I do if I fall? This so-called Inspector General not only failed to give himself face. He was actually still in front of the public, accused him of letting loose. Garp thought that his performance just now was perfect. And, so what if you find yourself cheating? What can he do to himself? He is the Marine Vice Admiral, Marine's legendary hero. Even if you make a mistake, even Sengoku had to turn a blind eye. What can you, the Inspector General, do? Ron sneered. This old guy is in trouble and still doesn't admit it. Ron waved, he said very seriously, "Somebody come. On my behalf, have the 5 elders inform Sengoku. Removed from the position of Garp Marine Vice Admiral. Let him suspend his duties and reflect. When will I figure it out and when will I be reinstated? 053. You have to be polite when the 5 elders come." Previous chapter next chapter advertisement Stussy is not here. Tashigi became Ron's only secretary, so, this matter should be handled by her. But, where has Tashigi ever done such a big thing? Not to mention talking to the 5 elders, she didn't even have a chance to speak directly to Marine Admiral. So how is it possible to talk to 5 elders, and the content of the call was so exciting? This, she didn't even dare to say it, after all. She's not Stussy. If it is Stussy, I definitely made a call directly to 5 elders without hesitation. After all, Stussy knew Ron's true identity, so she doesn't have to worry about 5 elders' attitudes at all. Because she didn't believe that the 5 elders dared to have any objections. But, Tashigi is different. All she knew was that Ron was the Inspector General. But I don't know that Ron is a celestial dragon's, let alone Ron is Im's younger brother. So, she had no idea. The 5 elders are aloof in her heart. That is the pinnacle of power. How could he use a commanding tone to inform them that he would be relieved of the position of Marine Vice Admiral? I don't even dare to think about this, she is just a little sergeant. Then, Tashigi whispered to Ron, "Master Inspector General, how could the 5 elders listen to me? I'm just a..." Tashigi stumbled, how dare she? You want to say what your identity is and what other people's identities are. Forget about giving orders to others. He is not even qualified to talk to the other party. Ron patted Tashigi's shoulder very gently, then he said softly, "It doesn't matter. As my secretary, you have to get used to it from now on. Go ahead and identify yourself when you make the call. Advertisement, then, you just need to say that I asked you to do this, and there is no need to say anything else." Ron's encouragement, it gave Tashigi a lot of courage. The little face is red, grit your teeth, then I picked up the phone bug. Although a little nervous and scared, but I dialed it anyway. It was like an ordinary village cadre suddenly calling the Secretary General of the United Nations. When it was first connected, this is when Tashigi is most nervous. "Who?" The condescending voice of 5 elders came from the other end of the phone. "It's me, Tashigi." Tashigi could feel his voice shaking. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment. Said disdainfully, "Who is Tashigi?" Tashigi was yelled at by this. I was so scared that I almost cried, at this moment. Only then did she remember what Ron said about identifying yourself first. Then he tentatively said, "I am the secretary to the Lord Inspector General." Actually, she wasn't sure whether what she said would have any effect. However, to her surprise, when she just finished saying this, The attitude on the other end of the phone changed. Originally very tough, fierce, but at this moment, a direct 180-degree turn, his tone became respectful. Immediately asked. It turns out to be Lord Ron's secretary. What are your orders, Master Ron? Tashigi feels it keenly. He and others usually call him the Inspector General. That is because the word Inspector General is a superior status to them. They obey orders because of their status as Inspector General. But Five Elders does not call the position, instead, he called Master Ron. Advertisement. These two titles represent different meanings. This proves it is not this position that Five Elders obey, but Ron's personal identity. That's why I call him Lord Ron, not Lord Inspector. The difference between this Tashigi has noticed this before. But I didn't take it to heart at that time, because she found out that there was another person named like that. That's Stussy, the CP0 who has been following Ron. This guy seems to call him Sir Ron every time, and rarely call him the supervisor. It seems that for them, Ron is more important than the identity of the Inspector General. That is to say, it was not the identity of the Inspector General that made them obey orders. It's just Ron. Tashigi knew now was not the time to think about this. He quickly shook his head. Now, she became less nervous. Then he said tentatively, Your Majesty the Inspector General, please inform Sengoku immediately to remove you from the position of Garp Marine Vice Admiral from now on. Phew, when Tashigi finished saying this, he breathed a sigh of relief. She never imagined, one day I will speak in this tone to the Five Elders. Speak the truth. It's really exciting. Can you imagine that one day, suddenly pointing at the leader's nose? How does it feel to let him do things? There's nothing better than this. Only, I don't know what the reaction of those 5 people is now. Will they be angry? Do not care, anyway, I said it myself. Enough fun. If you are reprimanded, reprimand. Can command 5 elders once, how many people have this opportunity? No regrets in this life, now, in the World Summit Hall. The 5 old guys looked at each other. Advertisement. Confused. With a wink, then, cover the phone bug immediately. I'm afraid Tashigi will hear it, then he said softly. Is this just your 3rd day as Inspector General? Isn't Master Ron too cruel? After all, Garp is also a Marine hero. He has a high prestige among Marines. The most important thing is that this guy is very strong. What if the pressure is too severe and this guy gets desperate and takes action? Forget it, this is not a problem we should consider. Since Lord Ron said so, we can only do this. The 5 people discussed it. Then he let go of the phone bug, said to Tashigi. Understood, let's do it now to reassure Sir Ron. Tashigi was completely confused when he heard this. It never occurred to her, 5 elders really obeyed and did this. How is this possible? That's 5 elders, I've only heard of 5 elders ordering others. It was also the first time I saw someone ordering 5 elders. What is the identity of this Lord Ron? Tashigi didn't believe that the words, Inspector General, could make the 5 elders so obedient. There must be something hidden in it, but Tashigi couldn't understand either. I simply don't think about it anymore, have to say. She had enough fun today. When I think about my attitude towards the 5 elders just now, I feel very happy. Tashigi couldn't help but sigh. A dog fights against the power of a human. Oh, no, it feels so good to feel like a fox is pretending to be a tiger. After this phone call, Tashigi wasn't nervous or scared at all. Thinking of what Ron said to her before, as my secretary, you have to get used to this from now on. At this time, Tashigi finally understood what the Inspector General had gotten her used to. Now, Tashigi's eyes changed when he looked at Ron. I couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that guy Stussy is so arrogant all day long. I see. 054. I just let it go, what can I do? Previous chapter. Next chapter advertisement. I saw Tashigi actually making a phone call. Garp was stunned. To be honest, this was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect it, this Inspector General. Actually making a fuss out of a molehill, suspending myself for such a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Garp suddenly frowned. Nothing could be more ridiculous than this. He even tried to suspend himself. Garp couldn't help but find it funny. Don't tell me that you have already caught Luffy. It gives enough face to both sides, even if I didn't do it myself. Instead, he immediately let Luffy run away, so what? Even if I let him go openly, what would the 5 elders say? What would Sengoku say? Do you really think I am just a Marine Vice Admiral? Do you really think Marine would fire me over such a trivial matter? I can't even pass Sengoku, since Sengoku allows me to come. It already acquiesces to what I have done. He even used 5 elders to beat me. If the 5 of them can hold me down, I was kicked out of Marine a long time ago. Compared with the mistakes I have made over the years. What is this mistake today? It's simply insignificant. I just let a little pirate go, so what? I have made so many mistakes before. Which one is not more serious than this? The results of it. What can you do to me? Have you suspended me? I'm still standing here properly. Raised ace, his son is a revolutionary soldier, and his grandson is a pirate. What is one thing that the world government doesn't know about? It's better to turn a blind eye. If it were another person, you try. The world government has already expelled them. Garp looked at the young inspector general in front of him. He snorted coldly. Young people are young people. You can't do anything with your passion. I'm here to see how you suspended me. Garp finished. Turn your hands behind your back. Everything else Garp can tolerate. But, if you insist on letting your grandson go, that won't work. Today, this young inspector general must be given a warning. Let him mind his own business and Luffy's business in the future. After all, the sea is so dangerous, I will inevitably have to let Luffy go in the future. If the inspector general came to take charge every time. Advertisement, who can bear it? So, I just want the inspector general to know. From now on, stay out of Luffy's affairs. After Tashigi hung up the phone. The entire World Summit room. Chaos. After all, Ron's decision was no small matter. Fire a vice admiral, it's not that difficult, but this time is different. This concerns marine hero Garp. If this guy can be fired so easily, their world government fired him long ago. After all, Garp has made a lot of mistakes over the years. And his family is full of troublesome people. His son is a revolutionary soldier. The grandson is a pirate. He also secretly raised the pirate king's child. All of these. In fact, the world government knows everything. But even so, even if they know everything, still can't do anything with Garp. The main reason is, this guy, not only does it have a high reputation among marine, and the strength is also very strong. How strong is it specifically? It is estimated that few people know, anyone who knows. Now he is in his 60s or 70s, these are some old marines. And the veterans of world government, when the five elders think of the battle in the Valley of the Gods 40 years ago. I couldn't help but have a headache. Garp's performance in that battle was so impressive. Rox can be said to be the strongest pirate in the world. Even so, he was also killed by Garp and Roger. Just this one battle, Garp for world government. It just can't be tampered with. After this, Garp is getting stronger and stronger. He even pushed the pirate king Roger into desperate situations several times. Exactly, Garp's prestige in marine is no joke. Especially in the hearts of these marine soldiers. That is a belief-like existence. Garp is very popular among marines. And most of marine's senior staff all have deep connections. Especially Marshal Sengoku, Staff Officer Crane, etc. These are all veterans of Marine headquarters. If Vice Admiral Garp is fired just like that, what do these people think? And Garp also has many disciples. Advertisement influence throughout Marine. Better than Sengoku. This is what scares the world government the most. It is this influence and near invincible strength. That's why the world government has not dared to touch him for so many years. It is not that world governments have never had this idea. Before this, when it was learned that Dorag was Garp's son, five elders has talked to Garp many times, but each time they broke up unhappy. How big a threat is Dorag to the world government? This is well known, but even so, five elders did not dare to fire Garp. The reason why Garp goes his own way in marine, the main reason is, this guy relies on his own strength and prestige. I think no one dares to do anything to him. In fact, the most important thing is strength. It would be okay if Garp just had prestige, then the world government will attack him. There won't be so many scruples. For example, Zephyr. His prestige among marine is also very high, and nearly half of marine's people are his disciples. But even so, the world government still dares to ignore his feelings. Why is that? It's not because of his strength. It has not reached the level that the world government should take into account. If Zephyr is as pervert as Garp, so the world government dares to ignore his feelings. Make Whitebeard too a Shichibukai? If that's the case, world government will never do that, but that's the trouble with Garp. This guy has the strength to match. This forces the world government to think carefully. Because five elders dare not say that they will win against Garp. So, no one wants to cause this big trouble. None of them wanted to force Garp into a confrontation. Although the five of them temporarily agreed to Ron. But this thing, it's not the five of them who can make the decision. These five old guys, I didn't dare to fire Garp rashly. If not, the consequences can be dire. What if Garp is directly forced to rebel? Who can stop him then? But, they had to obey Lord Ron's orders. I dare not refuse at all. This makes it difficult for them. Ever since, the 5 of them decided to go find Lord I.M. Let Lord I.M. make the decision. After a while, they arrived at the High Castle. This is where I.M. lives. Advertisement. Before leaving Mariajoy. Ron lives there too. After Ron left, I.M. alone lives in it. After meeting I.M., the 5 elders immediately knelt down on one knee. Then, the 5 old guys got straight to the point. Report this matter to I.M. That's just the way it is. Please ask Master I.M. to make up his mind. I.M. finished listening to the report. Smiled. My younger brother is really cruel. He couldn't help but say. I know this. Hearing I.M. say this. 5 elders are also not sure what Yim means. Does she approve or disapprove? The 5 old guys looked at each other. I don't even know what I.M. means by saying that. Then. 5 elders, fat, are more impatient. Gritting his teeth. Take courage. The first said. This matter is not trivial. That guy Garp is not easy to mess with. Although he has made many mistakes in Marine, he has also made many achievements. It would be hard to convince the public if he were suspended because of such a small thing. The most important thing is, what if I irritate him? 5 elders, Sword, also nodded. Said, I also disagree with suspending Garp. The risk is too great. Today, a delicate balance is being mastered between the 4 emperors and marines on the sea. None of these 4 emperors are fuel efficient. A fight could break out at any time. Not to mention, Sir Ron has caught Ace again, which may lead to Whitebeard's revenge. At a critical time like this, if we suspend Garp, it will not only weaken our strength, but also give the 4 emperors an opportunity. And it will also weaken the morale of the military. 5 elders, high, also agreed. They are both right. In case this thing develops in a worse direction. It's exciting Garp. Let him go against us. This kind of thing has never happened before. Zephyr is a living example. We won't have enough energy to deal with Garp then. 5 elders, short, I think so too. Im's expression suddenly became serious. Said, follow Ron's orders. Any decisions he makes in the future will be implemented directly without consulting me. The 5 elders were stunned. What I just said was in vain. That's what Master Im's words of, I understand, actually mean. But, now that I.M. has spoken, then I dare not disobey. The 5 people responded in unison. Yes. 055. Garp, you're inflated. Ronby's Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 5 elders is very efficient. After getting authorization from I.M., Sengoku was notified immediately. Now, Sengoku hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. He never expected it. This turned out to be Im's decision. Garp, that guy. Trouble again. I had warned him before. Tell him not to go too far. Let him not listen. Sengoku had realized that the identity of the Inspector General was not simple. This time it was Im's order. He couldn't keep Garp either. We can only suspend this guy for a while. After a while. Announcement on Garp's suspension. It had spread throughout Marine. In order to stabilize Garp's condition, Sengoku also called Garp. Tell him not to be impulsive. Don't mess with Ron just yet. Never conflict with him. Now, in the capital of 7 Waters. Garp hung up the phone. His face suddenly turned dark. He never expected it. He was actually suspended. If only Sengoku hadn't called him personally and told him all this. Garp doesn't believe it yet. I didn't expect the 5 elders to listen to this Inspector General. It seems that he underestimated him. But, Garp was not convinced. He still felt that he had done nothing wrong. Advertisement. Luffy is his grandson. Grandpa, take care of your grandson. What's wrong? Is it necessary to suspend yourself? Thinking of this, Garp said angrily, Ron, you guy, what right do you have to do this? If you don't give me an explanation today, you can never leave here. Ron stood up from his chair. Walked slowly towards Garp. As he walked, he said, you think too much. I have no intention of leaving here. And I don't want you to leave here either. As soon as this statement came out, Garp was stunned. He didn't even think about why Ron didn't play according to the routine. What does he mean by this? Is it possible this guy also wants to teach me a lesson? Interesting. Thinking of this, Garp suddenly laughed in anger. Then he said, I heard you right. What did you say? Don't let me leave here. Is it just you? Ron didn't reply. Snapped his fingers. Then the CP9 behind him quickly moved over and took over command of Garp's army. Subsequently, Ron then said, Garp, I remember telling you. This is my first time supervising a battle. Please don't cause me any trouble. Result. You betrayed me again and again in front of me. He even let Luffy run away. Garp snorted coldly, and then said, I've tried my best. Advertisement. Didn't you see my attack? That's because their ship can fly on its own, so they escaped. Ron's voice became a little thicker, and then he said, with your strength, you can make the Straw Hat crew escape. Do you believe what you just said? Garp was immediately asked. He snorted coldly and said nothing. After all, some people have a guilty conscience. He didn't believe what he said either. When asked by Ron, the momentum is a bit weaker. And this time, Ron said again, if today is just to remove you from office, you won't have a long memory. If you encounter the same problem in the future, you will still make this mistake. You are so powerful that you ignore Marine's rules. Garp, you're bloated. Suddenly I was taught a lesson by someone so much younger than me. Garp is a bit embarrassed. But he couldn't refute it for a while. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will still think that you can do whatever you want with your own strength. Marine is not a place where you can do whatever you like. Since you are here, you must abide by the rules here. Since you break the rules, you will be beaten. Ron's expression was calm, but his tone became increasingly cold. Hearing this, Garp burst out laughing, pulling off his cloak. Then he said, it seems that you want to use me to scare the monkeys. If you have the ability, then give it a try. Since I have been suspended from duty, it means that I am no longer a Marine. In that case, Garp's temper grew as he spoke. When I think of my grandson whose life or death is uncertain. It was the man in front of him who smashed the boat into pieces in midair. Now, he has been suspended. That is to say, from now on, he is no longer Marine. That being the case, advertisement. The justice behind him could no longer suppress him. The only restraint is gone. So, we need to settle the account with this guy, and it will be his grandson's debt. I also want you to know what the consequences will be if you hit my grandson. Garp bared his teeth, laughed angrily. Then he directly pulled the chain that was used to hit the iron ball just now. Then wrap it around the arm again. A sudden force. The huge iron ball was pulled directly out of the sea. Plop. Countless waves splashed. Now, the moonlight shines on the beach by the sea. The sea breeze blew slowly. There was a constant sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Like a beating war drum. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two people present. Don't blame me for bullying young people. Garp is full of fighting spirit. The huge iron ball was thrown up by him again. Between the stirring heaven and earth. The wind was blowing hard. Throw it faster and faster. And it's still accelerating. This power. Much bigger than when he attacked Luffy just now. The inability to armament Haki is your biggest weakness, and this is the gap we cannot bridge. Garp grabbed the chain with both hands. Then he suddenly jumped into the air. At the same time, dark armament Haki, instantly entangled. The huge iron ball seemed to be carrying jet black lightning. Look at this pose. This is preparing to hit Ron directly with a huge iron ball. It was exactly the same as the one that hit the Straw Hat Sunny before. At this time, I saw Garp saying, let me take a good look at it. Is there any water in this iron ball? Fist bone, 100% charge, meteor falls. 056. Garp was confused. Stop lying, you weren't even hurt. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This sudden scene. Let the onlookers who were discussing who was better, Ron or Garp, just now. Everyone was stunned. They thought that when they played Luffy before, Garp was at his strongest. Throw cannonballs with your bare hands. Throw the iron ball. It is simply beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. It's like a humanoid Gundam. But at this moment, when I saw this scene with my own eyes, only to finally find out. Before, Garp might not have even used 1% of his strength. This is not the same level as before. It turns out that Vice Admiral Garp did let the water go. It seems that the bald Inspector General is right. This is the true strength of Vice Admiral Garp. Now, the huge iron ball was lifted high. At the same level as the people on the upper streets. Only then could they really see how big the iron ball was. This kind of visual impact. Compared to when I was looking at it from a higher position just now. Too strong. It's bigger than a warship. How insignificant a person looks standing in front of a warship. When facing this huge iron ball at this moment. Just how small. The dark armament Haki is wrapped around the iron ball like a swimming dragon. It's chilling. The thunderous power contained in it. Those who are pressed can't breathe. Even if you are a layman. Everyone present could feel it. The iron ball smashed down. Even if it is a mountain. It can all be smashed into a hole. In contrast, Inspector General on the beach. It seems much smaller. The size of this iron ball is hundreds of times the size of the Inspector General. If it hits, Think of this. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Everyone started to worry about the Inspector General. After all, in their hearts, the Inspector General has far more authority than Garp. To these ordinary people, one can kill Shichibukai. Show no mercy to pirates. The Inspector General who provides them with justice is much more reliable than Marine. The feelings of the people are always the most unpretentious. They can feel it. Who is really upholding justice for them? Advertisement. Who is really doing something? Who is shouting slogans? They know it all. Marine. It's just a show. Usually the slogans are shouted loudly. When has justice really been served for them? To catch a pirate, you have to look at the background. Thinking of this, suddenly the crowd was indignant. Stop. Damn Marine Vice Admiral. It's obvious that you deliberately set things off for your grandson. The Inspector General pointed it out, but you still haven't repented. Is it wrong for the Inspector General to remove you from your position? How dare you attack the Inspector General? With this strength, why didn't you use it on your grandson just now? That's not how you beat your grandson just now. Do you still have the nerve to say you didn't let him go? Do you treat us ordinary people as fools? However, their shouts. Soon he was drowned in the violent wind and waves. There is simply no way to stop the iron ball from falling. Watching. Their Inspector General was about to be hit by an iron ball. At this time, Tashigi and CP9 et al. Only then finally understood. Why did the Inspector General just snap his fingers and let them take over the command of Garp's troops? And get them out of here together. Turn out to be. The Inspector General had long expected that Garp would take action. He is protecting us. When I think of this, CP9 and Tashigi were momentarily moved. After all, other officers. But he never cared about the life or death of these soldiers. No matter what kind of danger. Whether the soldiers can handle it or not. They all let the soldiers go first. Leading to their unnecessary sacrifice. Like just now, if it were another commander. They had already been ordered to rush forward and capture Garp. And the supervisor. But not so, knowing that this is a battle they cannot handle. So, the Inspector General kindly asked them to retreat early. Prevent them from being accidentally injured. At this moment, CP9's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. This man, on the surface it looks very tough. But he is very gentle at heart. Khalifa took a deep breath. Seems to have made up his mind. Said seriously, I no longer want to be loyal to the world government. Advertisement. I will only obey the orders of the Inspector General from now on. Several other people couldn't help but nod in agreement. Fist bones, 100% energy storage, meteors fall. Under everyone's gaze. To Garp's loud shouts. Pitch black iron ball. It was really like a meteor falling. While entangling high-level armament Haki. Due to being thrown out of the circular motion at high speed by Garp. The shovel rubs against the air. Has already turned red. Burning with raging flames. A wave of scalding heat hit my face. This temperature. At least thousands. Now, light up the evening sky. Falling from the sky at high speed. It was really like a meteor falling. Everyone's heart was already in their throats. Don't even dare to breathe. And Ron, still standing there. It seemed that the huge iron ball was not aware of the 1,000-degree temperature. This makes people even more worried. Kid, aren't you going to hide? Even Garp felt a little surprised. But, he had no intention of stopping. This is all what the other party asked for. In a blink. Boom. An iron ball like a meteor. Carrying incomparable impact and thousands of degrees of heat. Hit Ron directly on the head. Huge impact. It seemed as if the entire island was shaking. In an instant. It makes an eardrum-breaking crashing sound. People who were close. His head was buzzing with shock. At the same time, sand and dust are everywhere. The ground cracked. The entire ground is cracked. Gully hundreds of meters deep underground. The surrounding waves are under this impact. Turning up huge waves tens of meters high. Huge waves crashed directly onto the coast. Shot on the red fireball. The scorching heat instantly evaporates the waves. Make a hissing sound. The whole air was filled with hot water vapor. Even the surrounding sea water became boiling in an instant. It can be seen how pervert this temperature is. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but twitch. The Inspector General was hit. Advertisement. This Garp is really ruthless. Damn it, is the Inspector General okay? Are you crazy? How can it be okay? Try getting hit by this. Even if it doesn't kill someone, the temperature is enough to burn someone to death. Damn it. Let's sue the world government together and demand severe punishment for this evil person Garp. Wait until the waves recede. The sand and dust are also blown away by the wind. Everyone looked up. Where else can I see Ron? There was just a big hole in the ground. And criss-crossing ravines. Everyone is disheartened. It seems that the Inspector General really sacrificed his life. 753 Garp was extremely sure that he had hit Ron. Is this the end? I haven't had enough fun yet. Garp shook his head. The strength of this Inspector General. Nothing more than that. Watching him train these past 2 days. The weight is 10,000 kilograms each time. I thought it was so strong. It seems that he is just a little stronger. Garp just turned around to leave. At this time, turn around suddenly, because he found that the iron ball moved twice. How can it be? Can you still move after being hit hard? Without armament Haki, it's impossible to be alive. Garp frowned, stopped with some confusion. Next moment, the entire iron ball actually cracked from the middle. Split in half. Then he fell to both sides. A bald head was exposed. Garp was confused. How can this be? I just smashed the opponent's head off firmly. In the end, everyone was fine. The iron ball cracked. That's an iron ball wrapped around high-level armament Haki. Saw this scene. Not only did the iron ball crack, Garp felt like he was being torn apart. He can feel it. The other side has no armament Haki at all. That is to say, simply relying on physical strength. He blocked his own blow without any damage. Ron stretched his neck. Then he jumped out of the pit. He rubbed his head. Then he said in a false alarm tone. It was so dangerous, I thought I was going to die. Garp almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Stop lying, you're not hurt at all. 057. Ron. It's my turn to attack, a normal punch. Please customize. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The whole place was in an uproar. There are so many things that are shocking today. Every time you think you can't be more surprised, there will always be another thing to break their imagination. It constantly impacts their outlook on life. Let their 3 views be refreshed again and again. Shock over and over again. Each wave comes stronger than the last. I thought that the big iron ball burning with flames today. It was already the limit of shock. But, something beyond the big iron ball actually happened. That is, the bald head is harder than this big iron ball. Who could have imagined this before? A bald head can be harder than a big iron ball. Such a big iron ball fell down. It was abruptly split in half. And that bald guy, nothing happened. Not even a trace of scar could be seen. Even the smooth ones are reflective. It was simply outrageous that her mother opened the door for her. It was outrageous. Residents of the Seven Waters City, seeing Ron safe and well, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But, this outrageous reversal method, it really left everyone at a loss as to what to say. To be honest, I don't know what to say now. Me too. I was worried before that something would happen to the Inspector General. Now it seems completely unnecessary. I think I need to shave my head. Will it become so hard? What do you know? The Inspector General's scalp is too hard, so the hair cannot grow, so he is bald. Have to say, a long time to come. Shaving your head has become a trend in the Seven Waters City. I would be embarrassed to go out and meet people without a bald head. The barbering industry and the shipbuilding industry once became the most well-known symbols of the Seven Waters capital. And at this moment, CP9 and Marine soldiers saw this scene. They were all shocked from ear to ear. Certainly. The most shocked person was Garp. Garp had to admit. The total amount of shock he had experienced in his entire life was not as great as this scene today. As a party, he was extremely aware of how powerful his attack just now was. The entire pirate world, no one can survive this attack without getting hurt. Let alone relying on the flesh alone. Just let them add 2-color Haki. Have them arm and conquerors tangle at the same time. It is impossible to defend against this attack. Not to mention not getting hurt at all. I don't believe you are really that strong. Advertisement. Garp's fighting spirit was completely aroused. So many years. The feeling finally returned. The last time I felt like this. It was still 40 years ago on the Island of Gods, when we were playing against rocks. The one recognized as the strongest pirate. Since then, Garp has never had a fight that excites him. But at this moment, the feeling is back. Garp couldn't help but grinned. Then, I'll start my attack. Single quote. Ron remained expressionless. Just said something. Ah, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, Garp disappeared instantly. One of 6 styles of shaving. However, it is much faster than regular shaving. The entire ground was instantly stamped with high intensity. And it collapsed directly. Fist bone, 6-style cannon. The dark armament Haki wraps around the fist. This is a more advanced weapon color usage technique. Emission. Can destroy objects from within. Garp straight impact. Cannon is a super enhanced version of finger pistol. The power of this punch is even stronger than the previous big iron ball. Boom. A fierce punch hit Ron directly on the chest. There was a muffled sound. The huge reaction force caused the ground under Garp's feet to crack again because it couldn't bear it. Ron stood there motionless. Not only did this punch not cause any harm to him, he didn't even let him take a step back. Garp's expression changed. Subsequently, the fists began to attack continuously and rapidly. 6 forms of continuous cannon. The speed of the fist swinging. Faster than Luffy's rubber machine gun. Each punch hit Ron hard in the chest. Huge impact. Even out of the body. The sea behind Ron was surged by the huge impact. Impossible. Impossible. I don't know how many punches I threw in that moment. Emission has clearly penetrated the surface of the body and attacked the inside of the enemy. Why? Why is there nothing wrong with the other party? Fist bone, 6 postures, cutting. Garp used the reaction force of his fist to retreat continuously. Then he suddenly turned over. Top down. Kicked directly. Advertisement. This move is an advanced way to use Tempest Kick. Emission is also used. In an instant, a light green slash mixed with jet black Haki cut through the sky. Split the ground beneath your feet into 2. It was as if even the air could be cut. The cut land turned out to be as smooth as a mirror. It is comparable to the slashing of a great swordsman. Since the blow is ineffective, then slashing is impossible and ineffective, right? Garp said with a gloomy expression. The attack he just made was with all his strength. But the other party wasn't hurt at all. A strong man's all-out attack had the same effect as a woman's small fist hitting her chest. This is really unacceptable to Garp. Attacks that can only be considered hits are ineffective against Ron. So, he immediately changed his mind. Used slash. His kick. It's no worse than the great swordsman's full blow. A huge half-moon slash. It was as if Ron was being split in 2. It hit Ron directly. Bang. The extremely sharp slash collapsed immediately. Ron was still unharmed. How is it possible that the slashing attack is ineffective? Within the next 10 minutes, Garp pulled out all the stops. Use different attacks from multiple directions. Keep saying hello to Ron. Fist bone, destroy the demon. Fist bone, meteor strike. Fist bone, huge fist. Fist bone, Hakoku. The whole scene was in chaos. The aftermath of the attack alone had already destroyed all the surrounding buildings. The entire abandoned shipyard in the capital of 7 Waters is already in a mess. The land here has been severely dented. Ron didn't even move an inch. Continuous attacks. Jean Garp was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. Stop and start breathing. The other party didn't even move. But he let himself use all his strength. Even. Now I am exhausted. Is the gap in strength really that big? How could it be possible? For the first time, Garp had doubts about his own strength. For so many years, his strength is in the first echelon. Even Rox and Roger couldn't have been beaten by him for such a long time without anything happening. The continuous attacks just now. Garp's arrogance has been knocked away. Huge power gap. Advertisement. He had to recognize himself again. Garp barely held up his exhausted body. Then, said. Quote. This is my last attack. Quote. Return your life, fight to protect your fist. In an instant, Garp's white hair instantly turned into black hair. The whole person looks like an old man in his 70s or 80s. As if in an instant, he returned to a young man in his 20s and 30s. The muscles all over his body exploded. The clothes burst directly. This is the result of his decades of accumulation. This time, it all burst out. This is the terrible thing about fighting and protecting boxing. This is also Garp's best trick. Can only be used once. Fist bone, the ultimate blow. Garp started charging towards Ron. Garp in this state, just run forward normally. It will cause the ground to crack inch by inch. All armament Haki is concentrated on the right hand. Nothing left. Kings. Decades of accumulated strength. All in one place. This blow. He is more than 10 times stronger than his previous self. Come on, Ron. Garp shouted loudly. Already arrived in front of Ron. Just hit Ron hard in the face. The air around him seemed to have been sucked out. The space is even slightly deformed. This shows the power of this punch. Then just when he was about to attack Ron's face, Ron reached out and grabbed Garp's fist. Bang. Huge impact. It even splits the sea behind it into 2. This is the destructive power produced by all the Haki pouring out in an instant. It is even more powerful than the giant Hakoku. However, Garp's full blow. Ron caught him so easily. See this scene. Garp's pupils were dilated, showing an extremely incredible expression. Ron smiled and said, "This punch is pretty decent. I recognize you, can I still dance? Guilty if you can't. Then it's my turn to attack." Ron's expression changed. Then he clenched his fists as well. Said softly. A normal punch. 058. After being beaten by Garp, I no longer dare to let go and want to start a new life. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If it was Garp 10 minutes ago and heard this sentence, he would probably be very angry. At the same time, I would think that Ron is a frog in the well and talks arrogantly. But at this moment, when he heard what Ron said, when, I approve of you, not just lifeless, instead, he couldn't help but laugh. It actually felt like I was being recognized. Worth it. To be recognized by such a strong man. It's not in vain that he tried his best to attack just now. It seems, he finally had a way to get into the Inspector General's eyes. Hard to imagine. The man in front of me is just a man under 20 years old. What is even more unimaginable is, this man, who is less than 20 years old, is praising him, an old man in his 70s or 80s. And this old man in his 70s or 80s still found it very useful. If it were before, Garp would never have imagined that this would happen. With his strength, there is no qualification to say words of approval to him. Usually he is the one who approves of others. It turns out that being recognized by a strong person feels so good. Bring it on. I will use all my strength to defend. Garp's expression instantly became serious. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the person opposite him. Face his attack. You must use all your strength to defend yourself. Even if the other party doesn't have Haki. You must try your best. If not, certain death. Garp used all his strength. Shout loudly. Iron Body Wan Gang. This is the ultimate defense skill in Marine 6 styles. Infused with Haki. And life-returning strengthened skin. Jet black armament Haki covers the skin. Under the influence of life return, something similar to crystalline 693 began to appear on the epidermis. Like dragon scales, it looks extremely sturdy at first glance. Except not being able to move. It can basically be said to be invincible. Iron Body. Don't die, Ron said calmly. In Ron's memory, Iron Body can do a lot of harm to people. While thinking of this, the punch has already been punched. Garp stared intently at Ron's fist, watching it continue to expand in the pupils. Advertisement. Subsequently, bang, it stopped about an inch in front of his chest. Immediately afterwards, Garp felt an impact directly squeezing his chest. The strongest defensive skills are in front of attacks. It's like paper. The ribs were broken in an instant. The shock then spread throughout the body. It was as if countless hammers were beating on his bones. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from everywhere in the body. The whole body can no longer bear the impact. Bang. Flying out directly. At this moment, Garp's consciousness was already a little blurry. But he still remembers it clearly. This fist didn't touch myself at all. How can it be? What hit him was just the shock wave produced by hitting the air. Clang, clang, clang. Garp's body knocked down all the rows of abandoned buildings behind him. In an instant, countless gravels flew everywhere. The dust kicked up covered the sky and the sun. The entire city of 7 waters. At this moment, a sandstorm was experienced. Suddenly, there was silence. Subsequently, fierce screams erupted. So exciting. I'm almost out of breath with excitement. What kind of fairy fight scene is this? The Marine Vice Admiral just attacked in a flashy way for a long time, but the Inspector General couldn't even move, let alone get hurt. Yeah, but the Inspector General punched back and knocked away the Marine Vice Admiral who was fully defending. This is so exciting. Is this Marine Vice Admiral too good? You are stupid. How is this possible? The Inspector General is too strong, and that is the legendary Marine hero Garp. Chasing the Pirate King all over the world. Even the Pirate King's son has to call him Grandpa when he meets him. So what do you think the Pirate King should call him? Let me think about it. My father's father is called Grandpa, could it be called? So relieved. The onlookers were really excited at this moment. The Marine Vice Admiral, who was a scapegoat for pirates, was finally punished. Great. Let him release water for the pirates. What a relief. Seeing those people who are colluding with pirates being dealt with. It's just very relaxing. Today, this Inspector General named Ron vented his anger on them again. You. Can always trust the Inspector General. Suddenly, the entire stands burst into warm applause. These people have long been dissatisfied with these Marines who are entangled with pirates. Just be a Marine. If you can't draw a clear line between you and pirates. Advertisement. Then don't be a Marine. Just let it go. Are you worthy of those desperate Marine soldiers? They worked hard for a long time to arrest them, but you let them go. Why? Of course Ron couldn't beat Garp to death directly. The purpose of this battle. One is to punish Garp and warn future generations. The second is to dampen this guy's energy. Let him recognize himself and change his ways. Don't think about how awesome you are every day. Lucci, go in this direction and find this person for me. Have a better attitude. Ron took out the feng shui compass. Then he muttered a name silently in his mind. Ron's pointer quickly turned in one direction. Subsequently, let CP9's Lu Chi memorize the direction and distance. Although Lu Chi didn't know what this was for. But still no questions were asked. Go directly to execute the order. Immediately afterwards, Ron silently said Luffy's name to the compass again. Soon, the compass changed direction again. Then marked the distance. But, this time the distance is actually increasing. It's obvious BFFB. Luffy should be moving. This is very strange. Their ships should have been broken up. How can it still move at such a fast speed? No wonder Stussy hasn't brought Luffy and the others over after so long. Ron frowned slightly. Before, when he punched Luffy's boat into pieces, he had already ordered Stussy, who was staying on the warship, to fish for people. Calculate the time. It should be caught by this time. But Ron didn't receive a response. Then he checked it curiously. Never mind. Let's ask again when Stussy comes back. Ron waved. Kaku, Bluno, you two go and carry Garp over. Be careful, his bones are all broken, don't kill him. Yes. Kaku and Bluno took the lead. Immediately use shave to disappear. To be honest, Ron's performance today, it really refreshed CP9's outlook. They thought before that Ron was very strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. Garp was almost killed with one punch, and it was a random punch. After a while, Garp was carried over. Now, he was covered in blood. Advertisement. I could only barely open my eyes. Ron glanced at him and said, "Do you feel good?" Garp coughed twice. The mouth was full of blood. He said reluctantly, "How can I feel better? This is the most serious injury I have ever suffered." And this time, Lu Chi also brought over a man covered in bandages. It was the person Ron had just ordered him to find. This person is Captain T-Bone. He has a very sense of justice and hates curved knife craftsmanship the most. Vice Admiral Garp. The T-Bone captain looked at the person lying on the ground in shock. Now, Ron pointed at the T-Bone captain. Then he said to Garp, "This person was beaten like this by your grandson Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. In the end, he tried his best to block the sea train with his body, and was hit with broken bones all over his body. His condition at that time was similar to yours now. How painful you are now was how painful he was back then. This is what happened to the pirates you let go at will. Do you know that this is the person that so many of your colleagues tried to stop even at the risk of their own lives? Have you ever thought about how they feel? They risked their lives and even used their bodies to intercept the sea train to catch Luffy, but you just casually let him go. You don't take the lives and efforts of your colleagues seriously." Ron's words had touched Garp's heart. Make him feel ashamed now. Subsequently, a light green light rose from Ron's hand. Attached to the T-Bone captain. Just 10 seconds. T-Bone captain's broken bones have healed all over his body. The whole person can stand up and walk normally. Now, the kind T-Bone captain couldn't help but be extremely grateful. Subsequently, Ron ordered Lu Chi to send him to the warship. So he continued to talk to Garp. Eni's lobby in the middle of a fight. Colonel Shun of the headquarters is the rust fruit ability user. If I remember correctly, he should have been your subordinate before, right? It was because your good grandson Luffy caused a scene in Eni's lobby that he was eventually killed in Marine's own Buster Call. Hundreds of Marines like him died in Eni's lobby. Not only that, your grandson also indirectly released many criminals awaiting trial in Eni's lobby. Now, no one knows their whereabouts or where they are continuing to commit crimes. How many innocent citizens will be massacred by them? This is all the fault of that good grandson you let go. You are not being nice to your grandson, you are indulging him. Allow him to hurt your colleagues, hurt your subordinates, and hurt innocent citizens." Ron became more and more indignant as he spoke, his tone getting higher and higher. When it comes to this, Garp looked a little ashamed. "Do not talk. I see." Garp sighed. "Thank you for helping me wake up. I won't let you down again. Only when people can't beat you will they sit down and listen to your reasoning." The same goes for Garp. If you had told him this before, he might not have listened. But now, Garp really realized his mistake. 059. Kizaru volunteered to go to the Sabaody archipelago. Isn't it suspicious? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Have you really decided that way? Ron looked at Garp. He said with some relief. Garp sighed and nodded. I've already decided. After this battle, Garp sobered up a lot. I have rediscovered my original intention of being a Marine. Him at that time. But justice is never mixed with personal emotions. A thief is a thief. Just because a thief has done a good deed does not mean he is a good thief. Nor will he show mercy just because the thief is his relative. Think back to this moment. Garp also knows that he made a lot of mistakes. Because of his wanton indulgence. As a result, many innocent colleagues and subordinates were separated forever and would never be seen again. But, all he can do now is go to personally express condolences to the families of the casualties and visit those injured colleagues. All this happened because of him. Garp wanted to see them. Express your apology to them. Seek their forgiveness. Before they forgive themselves. I don't have the shame to go back to being the Marine Vice Admiral. So Garp decided. Start today. Go to the homes of every Marine who was hurt because of Luffy. Go and experience it for yourself. The damage caused to them by pirates. So, that led to the conversation just now. Ron continued. Okay, can you let me heal your injury? Garp shook his head. Sighed. He said earnestly. No need. Luffy caused so many Marine soldiers to be injured. How can I empathize with them if I don't do this? If your body hurts, mine will feel better. This moment. Garp suddenly became a lot heavier. Ron nodded. This is also a good thing for Garp. Wait until he comes back again. Really become a qualified Marine warrior. Justice in his heart. Maybe it won't waver again. I won't let go for anyone anymore. Ron was very satisfied. Patted Garp on the shoulder. Advertisement. Said. I'll wait for you to come back. Wait until the true Marine hero Garp comes back. Garp looked at Ron. He nodded vigorously. Although he is now covered in injuries. But, Garp at the moment. But I feel that my heart is the strongest. I will definitely come back on time. I can guess what you are planning. You want to use Ace to lure Whitebeard here, right? Don't worry, I will definitely come back before that battle comes. When the time comes, I will no longer be merciful. Even if Luffy comes, I will punch him down with one punch. Garp said seriously. I hope you can do it. Ron nodded. Just how determined Garp is will be revealed on the battlefield. The moment Garp met Luffy again, it was clear whether what he said today was true or false. Ron wouldn't trust someone based on 1 or 2 words. Everything still depends on his actions. Wait for Summit War to see Garp's performance before deciding whether to reinstate him. After completing the handover work, Garp left here. Kumadori, please bring a few people to escort Garp. He needs someone to take care of him in his current state. Ron watched as Kirby and Balloon carried Garp away. He waved his hand. Commanded. In fact, it was also to monitor him. Yes. Kumadori immediately took the order and followed with a dozen men in black. Garp took only a few people with him, and then left here with a ship. That leaves the Marines. They all stay here. After all, Garp is no longer Marine Vice Admiral. He is not qualified to continue to lead troops. So all these soldiers were left and given to Ron. From now on, these are the soldiers led by Ron. Plus the more than 2,000 people Smoker left here. Ron currently has a fleet of nearly 3,000 people. There are 6 warships in total. These people are extremely loyal to Ron now. It's getting late today. Ron plans to stay in the Seven Waters capital for one night. Return to Marine headquarters tomorrow. Just right. He still has some catching up to do here. At this time, Stussy's ship is back too. This guy was ordered to salvage Luffy. From the looks of it, it probably didn't get caught. Sir Ron, I'm useless. I searched all over the wreckage of the Sunny, but I couldn't find the whereabouts of Luffy or the others. Advertisement. Logically speaking, this is impossible. It's all because my subordinates are so useless. When Stussy saw Ron, she immediately knelt down on one knee. Prepare to receive punishment. Ron walked over and patted her shoulder, then said. Get up, it's not your fault. If my guess is correct, Tragafaro should have rescued him. Their ship is a submarine, so it's normal that you didn't notice it. I can only blame Luffy for being so lucky that he happened to meet Tragafaro nearby. Ron just had a vague feeling that he was Tragafaro. So I used a feng shui compass to measure the location of Tragafaro. It was found that the position of Luffy coincided with that of Luffy, and the distance also coincided. Then it goes without saying. If you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it. That's okay. Just go to Sabaody archipelago to catch him in a few days. He can't run away anyway. And it's a good time to see why that guy Kizaru volunteered to go there. And what's going on with the healthy swordsmanship between him and Rayleigh. That guy Kizaru is not someone who takes the initiative to take on missions at all. With this guy's fishy personality, he can hide as far away as possible when faced with a mission. But that time, it happened that he took the initiative to go to the Sabaody archipelago to capture Luffy and Supernova. This made Ron feel very strange. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Ron shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. He still has things to do. Said to Stussy. Stussy, bring Princess Vivi down. We will spend the night in the capital of Seven Waters tonight. Yes, Stussy didn't expect that Master Ron didn't punish herself. At this moment, she felt even more guilty. Of course Ron didn't have time to pay attention to Stussy's expression. Tashigi, do you know Bingshan? He's the one standing over there. Go and ask him to come down. I need to see him. Quote. Bingshan is the mayor of the Seven Waters City. Not only that, he also has another identity. He is Tom's apprentice. Pluton's design drawings were previously hidden on his body. It was later transferred to Frankie. But Ron didn't believe the blueprint, they didn't have a backup. Or, he did not believe that the copy given to Frankie was the original drawing. Such an important thing as a treasure for shipbuilders like them. How could they be burned so easily? There must be an original picture. Ron firmly believed this. Things like this must not be allowed to live among the people. Otherwise, if it is used by someone with intentions, things will not be good then. It will plunge countries into war. After a while, advertisement. The iceberg was brought over. It is a real honor for the Inspector General to come to this city. What the Inspector General has done really makes Bingshan admire him. Don't leave tonight, let us entertain you well. We, the citizens of the Seven Waters capital, welcome the Inspector General very much. 0.0. Bingshan pointed to the cheering citizens behind him and smiled at Ron. Ron nodded and said, "That's perfect, I was thinking about where to spend the night. But before that, I have something important to ask you. I also hope you will answer truthfully." I heard Ron ask. The iceberg feels a little strange. So he said. "Don't worry, Inspector General, I will answer truthfully." Ron smiled. "Where are the original drawings of Pluton's design drawings? I hope you'll give it to me." As soon as this statement came out, Bingshan froze on the spot. My heart was extremely shocked. But he tried his best to keep his expression unchanged. Why does the Inspector General ask this? Does he know anything? Or are you deliberately trying to deceive me? Right. He must be scamming me. I am the only one who knows that the original picture is on my body. Even Frankie thought he was given the original drawing. So he won't think that I still have one here. That is to say, no one else knows about this so far. This Inspector General is indeed deceiving me. Figured it out here. Bingshan finally felt relieved. His expression also became much more relaxed. Then he said, "I had given that kind of thing to Frankie before, but it was said that this guy burned this drawing in Annie's lobby, and that was the only drawing. So, there are no Pluton blueprints anymore." Ron sighed and looked at the iceberg with some disappointment. "You just promised me to tell the truth," Bingshan said confidently. "I told the truth." Ron shook his head. Some people just can't cry without seeing the coffin. Always a tough talker. Ron took out the feng shui compass directly. Then he recited silently in his heart. Pluton design drawings. Soon, the compass needle swung in one direction. And the following three numbers scrolled to 008. That is to say, at a location 8,000 meters in this direction. This is the hiding place 6 of the original Pluton design drawings. 060. Find the ancient weapon Pluton, and supervise the Battle of Kizaru on Sabaody Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What is this thing like a large record pointer used for? At this moment, Bingshan couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Because when I finished answering Ron's question, Ron was playing with this thing. And the pointer above is still swinging back and forth. Finally it pointed in another direction. To be honest, just saw the pointer pointing in that direction. In fact, Bingshan's heart skipped a beat. Because he knows. That direction is where his secret room is. That is to say, the original drawings of Pluton's design are hidden there. But no one knows that location. So, Bingshan was not worried about being discovered at that location. Naturally, there is no need to worry about the picture being stolen. Is it a coincidence? Why is this pointer pointing in that direction? It must be a coincidence. There's no way this thing can still find its original location, right? I've never heard of this feature. After all, this thing looks shabby. It seems to have a sense of age. It's probably just an ordinary record pointer. However, at this moment, Ron smiled. Since Mr. Bingshan said that he was 270, and was not lying, then I can rest assured. In other words, if I find the Pluton design drawing later, it will definitely not belong to Mr. Bingshan. That's good. Can I take it away? Ron said half-jokingly. Bingshan always feels like something is wrong. But he was very confident that no one would be able to find the location where he hid the Pluton design. So, at this moment, he said confidently. No problem. Of course I didn't lie. Ron nodded. That's good, I happen to know a place, so just go with me. Subsequently, Ron led a group of people. Came to a secret warehouse. The location here is indeed very hidden. Actually, When arriving at the door here, Bingshan felt a chill running down his spine. My heart pounded. Because this is where he hid the original drawings of Pluton's design. How can it be? How did the Inspector General know? Could it really be what the pointer is pointing to? Advertisement. But at this moment Bingshan still pretends to be calm. Because his door has a mechanism. That is to say, if you don't open it the right way, then there will be an explosion directly inside. He put a lot of explosives inside. It burns everything inside in an instant. There was no time to find the design drawings. This drawing will be burned to ashes. This is also the main reason why Bingshan is so confident and hides his things here. The way this door opens is very unique. Only you know. Ice Yamamoto is a design craftsman. So it is very easy to make something with mechanisms like this. And the door looks plain and unpretentious. Therefore, it is impossible to guess from the outside that there is a mechanism inside this door. That is to say, anyone who wants to break in will trigger this mechanism. Although somewhat reluctant. But Iceberg also knows. At this time, we cannot admit that he hid the design drawings. Even if the Inspector General opens the door to activate the mechanism, and then burns the blueprints inside. And he absolutely cannot admit that he hid it here. Bingshan felt really sad. Did not think of. In the end, the original Pluton design drawings were not retained. However, what Bingshan didn't expect was that the Inspector General never opened the door. Instead, the CP9 was called. Bluno, open the door. Ron waved back. In fact, he was not sure whether the door had a mechanism or not. Ron was just playing it safe. It just so happens that Bluno is the power of the gate fruit. The door can be opened in any position. And it won't trigger any agencies. That's why Ron called him over. Bluno came over. Then gently touch the wall with your hand. Immediately afterwards. It was as if the wall had turned into a door. Opened directly. Bluno said respectfully, Lord Inspector General, Gui. Ron did not go in first, but said in a meaningful way. Come on, Mr. Bingshan, aren't you curious about what's inside? Let's go and have a look. At this moment, Bingshan froze. He didn't expect that the Inspector General had such a hand. These CP9s have obviously become subordinates of the Inspector General. Now, Iceberg has given up hope. Ron followed the direction indicated by the feng shui compass. Advertisement. It was easy to find the Pluton design drawings. This is an extremely ancient parchment scroll, already badly damaged. It looks very dated, but the drawing above is clearly visible. This should be the original. After all, what the feng shui compass finds cannot be fake. To make sure there are no backups, Ron took out the feng shui compass again. At the same time, recite silently in your heart. At this moment, the feng shui compass has stopped moving. This indicates that there is indeed no other backup. Since this thing does not belong to Mr. Bingshan, I will take it. It's hard to say anything about the iceberg at this moment. After all, he had already said before that he did not know the existence of the original picture. So I can only suffer the loss of being dumb. And this time, Ron waved again, called Princess Vivi over, then let him take a look at the Pluton design drawings. After all, Princess Vivi has met Pluton. And Pluton is hiding Alabasta from them. How about it? Is it the same as the one you hide there? Ron looked into Princess Vivi's eyes and asked. I told you, we don't have a Pluton card there. Ron was sure by observing Princess Vivi's eyes. What they Alabasta is hiding is indeed Pluton. It's exactly the same as the one on the drawing. Ron came to her just to confirm this matter. After all, Pluton is something he must get. But Ron didn't know where it was hidden in Alabasta. Obviously, Princess Vivi won't say it either. Although Ron's feng shui compass can find things. But you must know the name of this thing and what it looks like at the same time. That is to say, while silently reciting the name of the object you were looking for, the image of the object must also appear in your mind. In this case, only then can you perform an accurate search. Ron has never seen Pluton in the anime. So, not sure what this thing looks like. There is no way to use a compass to find it. So Ron has to find this design drawing first. If what is drawn on the design drawings is really Pluton. So, Ron can imagine what Pluton will look like through design drawings. In this case, an accurate search can be performed. And the look in Princess Vivi's eyes just now said it all. The thing painted on it was indeed the same thing she had seen. In this case, Ron was sure. Advertisement. What Alabasta is hiding is indeed Pluton. This will be easier to handle. Now that I already know what Pluton looks like. So, Ron took out the compass directly. Then silently say Pluton in your heart. At the same time, the appearance of the ship in the design drawings came to mind. At this moment, Ron almost pictured Pluton Rayleigh in his mind. I almost went astray. The compass needle locks direction again. Now, Princess Vivi's face has changed. She was led by Ron all the way. So she already knew the general purpose of this compass. See where this compass points. She guessed it too. Ron was going to use it to search for Pluton. Because the direction of the pointer is now Alabasta. Pluton is not something that can be built with blueprints. There are many things in it that cannot be reproduced. So, it's not enough for Ron to have drawings. What he wants now is a ready-made Pluton. Ron has come back from there. Naturally, another trip to Alabasta is out of the question. 2.0 however, the Pluton number is very important again. So you have to find a reliable person to get it back for you. If it comes to the right person. Ron looked around. Saw Aokiji standing in the corner. This guy, she is really good at downplaying her own sense of existence. So Ron called Aokiji over and said, "It's up to you to go there. Bring the Pluton back." Aokiji was stunned. I didn't expect Ron to entrust him with such an important task. This is Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. But after seeing Ron's previous pervert strength, Aokiji didn't dare to have any other ideas. Subsequently, Aokiji set out for Alabasta with a warship overnight. A night of singing and dancing. The people of the Seven Waters capital are really enthusiastic. Ron and others were received very warmly. After spending a night in the capital of Seven Waters, Ron is getting ready to go back to Marine headquarters. Calculate the time. This guy Kizaru should take the initiative to apply to Sabaody archipelago soon. So, given this guy's erratic behavior, Ron decided to supervise the battle. 061. Open the golden treasure chest. Plan to strengthen the army and create a powerful army. Advertisement. News of Garp's defeat. The news instantly reached the top brass of world government and Marine headquarters. 5 elders can't describe how they feel right now. Garp, this guy is a very tricky hob meat. It's also a hot potato. I can't control it. You can't even be punished. It really gives them a headache. When Ron wanted to suspend Garp, the 5 old men were still a little worried. I'm afraid Garp will go berserk. By then the situation will be difficult to deal with. This was what they really thought at the time. So they never expected the ending. Not that long ago. They are still worried about whether the suspended Garp will do something excessive. If something goes too far, who will be responsible for stopping Garp? But at this moment, what they never expected was, this guy Ron took care of it all by himself. Not only did Garp get suspended, and he even beat him up. 5 elders never thought of it. This Lord Ron is so strong. It's a bit exaggerated to be strong. According to the news from the people on the scene, Master Ron only used 1 punch. It just beat Garp to the point of enlightenment. Someone who can kill Garp with 1 punch. How could it exist? When I first heard the news, the 5 elders believe nothing. Because they know Garp's strength very well. But the result is right in front of you. That's just the way it is. This made 5 elders take a breath. Have to believe it. I just regretted that I was not there. Didn't see with my own eyes how Ron did it. At this moment, 15 is at Marine headquarters. Marine executives were even more shocked when they heard the news. Sengoku gasped. My heart was churning. The news was too incredible for him. He is arguably the person who knows Garp best. It is said that Garp even used life restoration at that time. This was obviously his strongest blow. How could it be possible that the Inspector General was killed by the other party instead of killing him? Sengoku couldn't understand. What does the on-site battle look like? I really want to take a look. The one who couldn't accept the news the most was Marine Admiral Kizaru. Now, he was leaning against the door frame, tilting his chin and pouting. Advertisement, he said while cutting his nails. Is it really that exaggerated? Mr. Garp was defeated and removed from his position. It's really the first thing a new official needs to do when he takes office. I don't know how many were burned this time. Has it finished burning? As long as it doesn't burn my head. In fact, no matter whether this thing is true or false. Kizaru didn't even care. After all, he is also Logia demon fruit power. And what the plot information said. This Ron has no armament Haki. That is to say, no matter how strong he is, there is no way to attack yourself. In front of people who don't know armament Haki, Logia is a god and a symbol of invincibility. So even if he does beat Garp, but there is no way to attack yourself. The port of the Seven Waters capital. Because Aokiji took away a warship. That is to say, Ron now has 5 warships left. And 3,000 marine soldiers. This is considered a large scale. Early the next morning, Ron bid farewell to the residents of the Seven Waters city. Then he took 5 warships and 3,000 marine soldiers. Set off. Return to marine headquarters. The sea breeze in the morning is extremely cool. It's different from when I came. Both Garp and Aokiji are no longer among their peers. But these 3,000 marines integrated well. Although some of them were once Garp's subordinates. The other part is Smoker's men. But at this moment, under Ron's hands, it was a joy. And this morning, they began to organize training spontaneously. Follow Ron's lead. Start training. Because Ron trains every morning in the training room on the top floor. The walls surrounding the training room are made of glass. So you can see it from below. Every time Ron does training exercises. The surrounding Marine soldiers were training in the same way. Although there is no weight bearing. But slowly increase the intensity with little by little training. It has also benefited them a lot these days. It's just that they don't have a system and can just rely on ordinary exercises. In fact, the progress is not very fast. But even so, they also enjoy doing basic exercises. At least these exercises will make their bodies stronger. In fact, Ron has also thought about this issue. How can we make these Marine soldiers more powerful? To be honest, advertisement. The overall quality of current Marine soldiers is much worse than that of pirates. If it's a one-on-one challenge, normal Marine soldiers cannot defeat pirates. So, Ron wanted to find a way to make those Marine soldiers stronger. Wait until the Summit War. When the redhead licked his face and came over to ask Marine to give him a face. You can also take down the red hair pirates. Give them a fat beating. It's just that I haven't found this method yet. Ended a morning of training. Stussy wiped Ron's sweat. Tashigi dressed Ron. After a morning of training, Ron's physique became stronger again. And at this time, suddenly the long-lost system sound sounded again. It was the familiar cold mechanical sound again. Host allowed Garp to step back from the brink and strengthened Garp's belief in justice, no longer being fettered by family ties. It makes Marine more righteous and greatly enhances Marine's combat effectiveness. The incident of punishing Garp for releasing water has been completed, and a silver treasure chest has been obtained. As expected, Ron couldn't help but smile. It's all part of his plan. Sure enough, I was also given a silver treasure chest this time. Before Ron went to the Seven Waters capital, he had a premonition that solving Garp's matter would allow him to obtain a silver treasure chest. The result was not what he expected. Plus the 2 silver treasure chests obtained previously. At this moment, there are 3 days in total. That is to say, can be used to craft a golden treasure chest. While Ron was checking the items, he clicked on his own attributes. Name: Ron. Physique: One Punch Man physique 35.1%. Ability: Advanced Medical Ninjutsu, Top Conqueror's Haki. Props: Feng Shui Compass. Item: Silver Treasure Chest 3 pieces. Influence: 3251. The number of Marines changed by Ron. A qualified soldier adds a little influence. Resolve the incident. Restore Marine's reputation in the Alabasta incident. Intimidate Shichibukai. Rectify Smoker's troops. Execute Spandam and his son. Subdue CP9. Untie Aokiji's knot. Punish Garp for his betrayal. It has been detected that the host silver treasure chest is full of 3. Do you want to synthesize it? After synthesis, you will get a gold treasure chest, and 3 silver treasure chests will disappear at the same time. Whether Ron's purpose is to synthesize the golden treasure chest. So of course I chose yes, without hesitation. Next lesson. Ron felt like the 3 silver treasure chests in his mind merged together instantly. Then, the silver light disappeared. A golden light suddenly appeared. A huge golden treasure chest appeared in front of him. The volume of a gold treasure chest is 5 to 6 times larger than that of silver. It looks like it can hold a lot of stuff. Ron's One Punch Man physique was drawn from here. Whether to open the gold treasure chest. Yes. Apricot. Advertisement. When the gold treasure chest came out, the system's voice sounded again. It's one. Ron certainly didn't hesitate. Just choose to agree. Next moment, the golden light suddenly became brighter. Then the treasure chest slowly opened. Then a divine light glowed from within. It's indescribable, indescribable. In short, it gives people an extremely sacred feeling. However, the light faded. But something completely opposite to the divine appeared. It's a box full of books. It looked dilapidated. It's very similar to the book box of the 620-old man who tricked little Stephen Chow into buying the Tathagata palm in the movie, Kung Fu. Can't say it's similar. It's exactly the same. Ron opened the box. I was instantly surprised by the rows of books inside. Flowing water breaking rock fist. Jiu-Jitsu 8 trigrams 64 palms. Bankai tutorial collection. Countless. But I don't like these skills. With the One Punch Man physique, these are really invisible. Ron was a little stunned. If you don't know the gold treasure chest, just take out these unused items. System: What is this for? Host allows Marine soldiers to learn the skills inside. During learning, the flow of time slows down 1000 times. In reality, 1 day in the past is equivalent to 1,000 days of learning. Everyone's learning progress will be superimposed on the host. Not only can the One Punch Man's physique be increased, but also their skills can be mastered. For each additional person who studies, One Punch Man's physique increases by 0.001%. When introduced here, Ron couldn't help but gasp. Bull coins. He understood what the system meant. This not only strengthens his Marines. You can also let your Marine soldiers train on your behalf. Ron is now training hard for a day, and his physical fitness has only increased by about 0.2%. And he has more than 3,000 people outside. If everyone practices cultivation, then it can increase by 3,000 times 0.001% in an instant. That is a full 3%. That's enough training for several days. How many people are there in the entire Marine? If they all learn, then wouldn't it be possible to increase your physical fitness to 100% in one go? And the threshold for these skills is not high. It must be mastered very quickly. Just like the flowing water rock breaking fist in One Punch Man. Ordinary people can also practice. This move is also very powerful. If all Marine soldiers can master it, then it's time for summit war. Isn't it like rubbing against the Whitebeard pirates? If the red hair dares to come and ask for face, then press and rub together. 062. The amazing talent of One Punch physique, the universal flow water rock shattering fist. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this time, Ron's plan to strengthen the army finally had a basis for implementation. That is to say, pick out some of the skills these Marines can practice. Then let them start training. Not only can you sit back and reap the rewards, it can also speed up the training of these Marine soldiers. Ron also saw their determination in training. They insist on training with themselves every morning. It's just that their foundation is very poor and they have no talent. It is basically impossible to become stronger. But now the opportunity has come. Ron's opportunity to have a strong soldier was right in front of him. Ron probably looked through the treasure book box. I found that there are countless cultivation methods inside. Basically in every anime. Only, I haven't found anyone with a better physique than One Punch Man. So Ron basically doesn't like it either. Have to say. Whatever you draw from the golden treasure chest is good. It's not in vain that Ron used 3 silver treasure chests to synthesize it. It seems that this decision is very correct. The first golden treasure chest extracted the One Punch Man physique. Basically invincible. The treasure book box was drawn from the second golden treasure chest, although it was a bunch of secrets that were not as good as One Punch Man's physique. But the good thing is that you can let other people train. And the results of training will be fed back to yourself. It's practicality. His physique is not much different from that of One Punch Man. And it's exactly what Ron needs right now. I was just about to doze off when the pillow came. Ron was very satisfied. Probably turned it over from the inside. Did some screening. Currently for these Marine soldiers who have no foundation, Liushaoyan Shattering Fist is the best choice at the moment. Not only is it powerful, but the entry barrier is relatively low. Coupled with the special effect of the treasure book box, it can increase the learning efficiency by 1,000 times. If these Marine soldiers can learn for 3 days, they can reach the level of 10 years of learning. 10 years of Liushaoyan Shattering Fist, coupled with generally strong physical fitness in the One Piece worldview. After these Marine soldiers learn, most pirate ship captains are no match for them. Think of this. Ron couldn't wait for them to learn quickly. Only, there seems to be only one copy of each secret book here. How can so many people learn together? Treasure book box. Host selects the secret book you want to use, then tells the number, and the book box will release the same number of secret books. The cheat code cannot be lost, damaged, or transferred. It will not have any effect if used by anyone without the permission of the host. Soon, the system answered Ron's doubts. Not bad. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved. Lucci, call all members of CP9 over. Advertisement. Ron planned to let CP9 train first. After all, they are 100% loyal to him, so Ron is willing to give them such good things first. As for the other Marine soldiers, when there is no assessment, Ron couldn't give this secret book to them for training. After all, what Ron needs are righteous Marines. This requires investigation to determine whether the soldiers are truly righteous. Current CP9s are eligible. Soon, all CP9s are in place. Except for Kumadori who went on a mission. Ron looked at Lucci, Kaku, Bluno, Khalifa and others. Then, 6 volumes of Flowing Rock Shattering Fist appeared in his hand. These people have a certain foundation in physical skills. Therefore, after they finish practicing, their strength will increase even more. You take this for training. Ron said to them. Yes, CP9 never asks for reasons or justifications. As long as it is an order from Ron, it will be carried out resolutely. Regardless of what Ron asked them to train, they immediately agreed. Now, they haven't realized how powerful this Liushaoyan shattering fist is. After leaving the room, Kaku looked at the thin secret book in his hand. He asked with some confusion. Is this thing powerful? I think it's better to practice Marine 6 styles. That's the pinnacle of physical skills. Khalifa glared at him. Don't care what it is. Since the Inspector General asked us to practice, let's practice quickly. Lu Chi also nodded. I'm going to train first. Then, CP9 each found a place and began to sit down and read this small booklet. Lu Chi just turned over. I felt like my whole body was suddenly dizzy. Then he seemed to appear in a quaint martial arts gym. In the middle stood an old man with white hair. Where is this? Wasn't I reading a book just now? Is this the special effect of this book? It can make people immersed in it. Lu Chi walked forward in confusion. At this time, the white-haired old man suddenly attacked him. Lu Chi couldn't help but change his expression and immediately made a response gesture. That's when I discovered it. Although I am in this martial arts hall, it seems that I can only watch and cannot intervene. I saw the old man's hands suddenly appeared like flowing water. Light blue. Then, his hands danced quickly. The entire body quickly disappeared in place. The entire attack process was as smooth as running water. But this power is as turbulent as a torrent. Water is the most soft and strong thing. It can be extremely silky when soft. It can break through stone and iron. Liushaoyan shattering fist combines the advantages of two different forms. While being extremely silky smooth, it can also cut through stone and iron. Advertisement. Amazing. Lu Chi couldn't help being shocked. Although they were not in the same time and space, Lu Chi could still feel the power of this boxing technique. Much better than Marine 6 styles. Wouldn't it be even more invincible if Haki was incorporated into it? Lu Chi has relatively high talent and is worthy of being the strongest CP9 in history. The power of Liushaoyan's shattering fist was immediately apparent. Subsequently, after Lu Chi watched it again, a large number of boxing moves flooded into my mind instantly. And how to use breath. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chi began to train with the white-haired old man in front of him. Start by mastering your breath. Step by step. Time seems to pass extremely fast. He also fell into addiction. It feels like I have been training in this kind of space for a month. And I have mastered the basics. It can be considered that he already has 10% of the skill of flowing water rock shattering fist. Looking at the light blue aura emerging from his hand. It's time to find someone to give it a try. And it's been a month since I've been inside, so it's time to go out. Then, he decided to exit this strange space. When Lu Chi returns to the real world, it was found that the ship had not moved much in the same place. And they didn't go to Marine headquarters. Can't help but feel strange. I found out after asking other Marine soldiers. Just over an hour has passed now. I couldn't help but feel frightened and calm. It's really amazing what the Inspector General gave himself. Because I trained there for a month. It turned out that only an hour had passed. And at the same time, several other CP9s also gradually woke up from the training space. Their expressions at this moment were all the same. Terrified. Just can't believe it. If it is like this. So if 1 day of training inside is equivalent to 3 years outside. Isn't this too scary? Now, these CP9s all have some training skills. After all, their basic skills are very good. Therefore, it is faster to get started with training. They all felt that their strength had been greatly improved. Everyone wants to find someone to practice with. So these people coincided, prepared to find a place to fight each other. Several people had a hearty battle. Compared to before, their current attack method was extremely smooth. And it's much more powerful. In the end Lu Chi won. And this time, a lot of information suddenly appeared in Ron's mind. The Liushaoyan shattering fist that these people learned has become something that Ron has mastered. Advertisement. And One Punch Man's physique has also been increased a bit. However, this is not what Ron values more. Because of this moment, he suddenly discovered something important. That is to say, by understanding the flowing rock shattering fist, Armament Haki had an epiphany. The two use of breath are so similar. When CP9's experience of learning Liushui rock fist was conveyed to Ron's mind, Ron immediately thought of Armament Haki. An epiphany. Now, Ron is training in the training room. Because Stussy is also practicing the Liushaoyan shattering fist. So it was Tashigi who was responsible for wiping Ron's sweat. Now, Ron is lifting weights. Suddenly, a jet black armament Haki appears on the hand. Immediately afterwards, it's like Haki can get inside objects. Ron's hand held up the dumbbell. Give it a gentle push. Immediately, the 5,000-pound iron body was crushed to pieces. Emission. Armament Haki. Lee's giant steel dumbbell was crushed directly into scrap metal. With a bang, it fell to pieces and fell to the ground. This scene. Tashigi was directly frightened. Look at the armament Haki flowing on Ron's hand. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Quote. Lord Inspector General, how quickly did you master armament Haki? To be honest, it is indeed a bit scary. Haki's training generally takes a long time. Hard work day after day. Only then can we master it. And generally armament Haki that you just started to master can only strengthen your defense. It simply cannot reach this level. Have to say. Tashigi was really shocked by Ron's talent. Just mastered Haki. It directly reaches the highest level, emission. What kind of terrifying comprehension ability is this? Ron felt the flow of Haki in his hands. It has the same principle as Liushaoyan Shattering Fist. It seems that these subordinates are allowed to practice these skills. It will still produce many unexpected effects. These experiences may not be exhausted in their minds. But in Ron's mind, it was very useful. The talent of One Punch physique is invincible, and he can learn anything quickly. After all laws are connected. It seems necessary for them to learn other skills. This way you can understand more. Ron took out the Bankai user guide, and looked at Tashigi who was standing aside. 061. Moria. Did this bald man wander into my place by mistake? Bad luck. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lord Inspector General. Tashigi watched as Ron kept staring at him. She was embarrassed to see it. Both faces are red. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice. She didn't know why the Inspector General was looking at her like this. After all, the current atmosphere is indeed exciting. Because Tashigi was wiping Ron's sweat. And Ron was shirtless. Just like that, naked from the waist up. Tashigi was so close to him. The distance between the two people is less than 3 punches. Tashigi could feel the warmth of the other person's breath hitting his face. And at this time, the Inspector General kept staring at her again. This situation, Tashigi couldn't help but feel his face flush and heat up, and his heartbeat speed up. It's hard to avoid overthinking. And this time, Ron suddenly asked, Tashigi, how is your swordsmanship? Tashigi looked confused. It turned out that the Inspector General looked at himself. You have to ask about your own swordsmanship. Tashigi couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So. Tashigi took his saya shigur and stroked it while saying. She really likes swords. But talent is limited. She also dreams of becoming a peerless warrior like Hawkeye. But, she is a girl after all. I have never heard of a girl becoming the best swordsman in the world. Even ordinary swordsmen are rarely girls. But she really loves swords. The worst thing to see is that those famous swords fell into the hands of pirates. Ron took Xiaoyi Shigur, pulled out the knife and looked at it. The quality of this knife is average. Ron is not sure whether ordinary swords can bankai. But since it is a secret book produced by the system, there must be no problem. So Ron took out the treasure book box and took out the Bankai user tutorial. Then he threw it to Daisuke. And said, if you have time, just practice it. At this moment, CP9 finally tasted the sweetness and could not waste a moment. I immediately threw myself into the books again and started training. Ron also selected about 500 marine soldiers and gave them the secret book of Liushaoyan Shattering Fist. These marine soldiers all followed him at the beginning. They are all marine soldiers on the main ship they are on. So Ron still knows them relatively well. These guys are indeed very righteous. Past Ron's assessment. When these guys got the secret book, they all got the treasure. Advertisement. Then they went to find a place on the deck and started looking around. The ship is sailing towards Marine headquarters. Another half day passed. Suddenly, it was like breaking into a fog. I can't see my fingers. The whole place was extremely eerie. The record pointer has also lost its direction. Started shaking constantly. Unable to provide correct direction. Stussy immediately came to the training room and said, Sir Ron, something seems wrong. The magnetic field in this place is chaotic, and the recording pointer doesn't work. And you can't see the direction, and there are thick dangers everywhere. We seem to be lost. Ron is training at the moment. At this time, I couldn't help but look out the window. Sure enough, I found that there was thick fog outside. It seems that their warship did yaw a little. It should be that the recording pointer is interfered by the nearby magnetic field. So the offset has already occurred. This caused the warship to keep moving on the wrong course. Thus entering this fog, Ron took out the feng shui compass and located the location of Marine headquarters. It was found that the BFAC channel had drifted. There is nothing we can do about this. This is the disadvantage of record pointers. Too easily disturbed. But when Ron looked at the thick fog, it seemed a little familiar. Came outside the training room. It was discovered that the Marine soldiers on the main ship also woke up from the training space. At this moment, they were all in particularly high spirits. And the whole person looks different from before. It can be seen from the way they walk and stand. Presumably the flowing water breaking rock fist should also have a level of skill. After all, they had spent half a day, which would have been nearly a year if converted into training time. After all, their physical foundation is not as good as CP9. So, getting started is also relatively slow. And at this moment CP9. After this year of study, it already has 3 levels of skill. Everyone is looking at this thick fog at this moment. Have to say, being in it, it does feel very strange. Especially when there are constant ships floating around. Like a ghost ship. The hull was in dilapidated condition. It looks very old at first glance. There couldn't be anyone inside. They are all abandoned ships. Where is this place? Are we lost? CP9 was a little confused. And Ron is indeed very familiar with this place. This is the Devil's Triangle. I heard the Inspector General say this. Advertisement. The others finally reacted. It turned out to be Shichibukai Gecko Moria's territory. It's easy to say now, we can just ask Moria to come and take us out. These Marine soldiers couldn't help but feel relieved. They were worried about getting lost before. What should they do? Ron interrupted everyone directly. Then he gave the order. No, find the 3 terrifying sails, go in and capture Gecko Moria. As well as his cadres, no one can be missing. Lucci, you will lead the team, along with CP9 and these 500 Marine soldiers. You must bring Gecko Moria and all his cadres to me within 2 hours. Lucci took the order. Yes, let's complete the mission. It doesn't matter whether the other party is Shichibukai. I don't want to know why the Inspector General wanted to arrest him. None of this matters. As long as it is Lord Ron's order, it must be completed. Subsequently, taking a warship with him, he moved forward at full speed in the direction indicated by the feng shui compass. At the same time, these Marine soldiers were extremely excited. It never occurred to them. One day I can also participate in the mission to defeat Shichibukai. Once the Inspector General takes action, it must be another big event that shocks the world. And I am fortunate to be a participant in it. What an honor it would be. And, after half a day of training, their strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Now I just need an occasion to verify it. So of course I'm very excited. Ron and the remaining 4 Marine warships. Stop where you are at this moment. Waiting for Lucci and others to capture Shichibukai here. Such a small role. Ron believes that there is no need for him to take action. But now that it's here. That's just right, let's try Gecko Moria by the way. The Shichibukai who are empowered by the world government. I don't want to help the world government solve its problems. Instead, we use this relationship to start doing evil things. Not only did it destroy the reputation of world government and Marine, it also hurt many innocent people. This is what Ron, the Inspector General, has to do. Especially Gecko Moria. It's even more excessive. Hiding in the Devil's Triangle. Loot nearby ships. Then cut out the shadow of the person. Expand his zombie army. Let people only live in the fog forever. You can never live under the sun. It would be fine if these people were all pirates. But many of them are ordinary people. It is absolutely not okay to harm ordinary people. And, this guy digs graves all over the world. Stealing corpses. Advertisement. This should not convict him of Article 302 of the Criminal Code. Theft, insult, and intentional destruction of corpses. In these 3 items, he does not fall behind. So, Shichibukai Gecko Moria must be put on trial. Must be punished. If not, there was no way to save Marine's reputation. There is no way to restore Marine's justice. There is no way to comfort the families whose bodies were stolen. And at this moment, on the 3 strange sails of terror, Gecko Moria is happily cutting her shadow. Dr. Hogback is destroying and splicing the corpse. Transparent Absalom is drooling over the corpse of a beautiful woman. Princess Mononoke Perona is floating around. At this time, suddenly, a bat flew in front of Gecko Moria and said, Captain Moria, a Marine warship is approaching. They are landing on the island. Moreover, there are 5 Marine warships parked there in the foggy area. I don't know what they are going to do. Gecko Moria heard this. I couldn't help but feel a little curious. Oh, what are the Marine warships doing here? Do you know whose warship this is? Who is leading the team this time? The talking bat said, not sure. But those people who came ashore were CP9. Gecko Moria frowned. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. There are not many people who can command CP9. Who is it? What are they doing here? Get all zombie soldiers ready. It's possible that someone is here with bad intentions. The keen Gecko Moria noticed something was wrong. Because he suddenly thought that CP9 was killed in the battle at Eni's lobby. How could it suddenly appear here? Think of the newspapers I have read in the past 2 days. Suddenly, Gecko Moria immediately stood up and said, "Go and check. Are there any bald heads on the 5 warships parked outside?" Gecko Moria couldn't help but become a little nervous. If it is really his fleet, then this time it's really the bad guy. After all, Shichibukai's crocodile was executed just a few days ago. It was this bald guy who did it at that time. If it was really him who came this time, then it is very likely that it is directed at yourself. After all, Gecko Moria is very self-aware. He knows it very well. He has done as many bad things as Crocodile. So, he immediately ordered, "Let all zombie armies enter combat status immediately. Enable Oz ahead of time." 062. The way the boss Haki appears, everyone in the Marine headquarters is in danger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When Gecko Moria finally confirmed that it was Ron on the ship. Without hesitation and very decisively, he directly awakened the entire zombie army. Then stop Marine from getting on the ship. Have to say, the 3 terrorist sailing ships are really too big. It's almost like an island. There are a lot of zombies buried here. They are all controlled by Moria. After receiving orders from Moria, all came out of the soil, and then spread all over the island, and began to move in the direction of the navy led by CP9 on a large scale. A piece of black water. This scene is really terrifying. CP9 Luffy said. Very well, Kaku will lead the people to kill the zombies, and Bluno and Khalifa will go catch the remaining Chibu. I'm going to get Gecko Moria. The speed must be fast. Don't exceed the time given to us by the Inspector General. The words just fell. Everyone dispersed immediately. The 500 Marine soldiers who stayed in place, plus CP9 Kaku, used the flowing water rock-crushing fist to launch a crazy attack on the zombies. Have to say, if it were the previous Marine soldier, they may not be a match for zombies at all. But since practicing the flowing water breaking rock fist, them at this moment, it's not a problem for one person to defeat a bunch of zombies. Combat power sword. Although these zombie soldiers are said to have high combat effectiveness, they are really vulnerable to these Marine soldiers who can punch water and break rocks. Almost a face-to-face. He was defeated in pieces. Haha, I never thought that one day I would be so powerful. Thank you, Mr. Inspector General, for giving us the flowing water rock-breaking fist. That's right, without the Inspector General, we wouldn't be able to become so strong. These Marine soldiers fought more and more energetically. It didn't take long. These zombies have basically been killed. And Bluno and Khalifa acted very quickly. The two of them utilized the fruit's abilities. As well as the newly learned Lu Shui rock fist, all the cadres were captured within a few minutes. Lucci also easily killed the demon Oz. Have to say. With his current ability to learn the flowing rock shattering fist, if he were allowed to fight Luffy again, he would be able to defeat Luffy again. Lucci will definitely press and rub against Luffy. Gecko Moria was stunned. He never expected that his zombie army and so many cadres would all be killed in an instant. When did Marine become so powerful? The strength of these CP9s seems to have become much stronger. Especially those weird punches. Advertisement. Both attack power, speed, and reaction ability have been greatly improved. What on earth are you going to do? Gecko Moria looked at Lucci and said. Lucci put his hands in his pockets. Stand on the flagpole. Said condescendingly. The Inspector General wants to see you. We are only responsible for carrying out the order and bringing you there. The words just fell, not waiting for the other party to reply. Attack directly. Have to say, Lucci is really too strong at this moment. After a few rounds, just clear Moria without taking any damage. The flowing water breaking rock fist not only made his attacks stronger, it also made his speed and reaction ability faster. After releasing all the shadows, the group takes Moria back to Ron's ship. At this moment, Gecko Moria's face is covered with blood. Ron looked at him in disbelief. You, it is indeed you. You're the one who killed Crocodile. Hateful. Of course Ron had no time to talk to him. He waved his hand and said, set sail and return to Marine headquarters. Gecko Moria made a final struggle and said, it's impossible. The magnetic field of your recording pointer has been disrupted and it's impossible to leave here. It's full of fog here. You can't see the direction at all. You'll just go in circles here until you die in the end. Did you see that all the ships around them entered the Devil's Triangle, got lost and couldn't get out, and eventually starved to death here? So how about we make a deal? As long as you let me go, I can take you out. As a result, no one paid any attention to him. Everyone followed the direction pointed by Ron's feng shui compass. We drove straight out of the Devil's Triangle. Gecko Moria was stunned. How is that possible? How do you know the path? At the same time, he was also disheartened. It seemed that I had lost my last bargaining chip and it was over. In other words, I will soon meet Lao Sha. Host solved Gecko Moria, released all the shadows, and allowed many innocent gardeners to see the light again. Cleaned up a marine's cancer. Improved marine's justice and obtained a bronze treasure chest. The familiar system sound appeared in Ron's mind again. Whether you choose to turn it on. Whether. Because the bronze treasure chest could not be synthesized, Ron chose to open it without hesitation. Yes. With an order. The bronze treasure chest opened slowly. Colorful lights burst out from inside. It's like the special effects of Chinese Xiaodangjia cuisine. The familiar rhythm even sounded in Ron's mind. Advertisement. Ron was a little confused. I really can't guess what it is. After a while, there was an extra bag in Ron's hand. Storage bag. A bag that can hold anything you want, but it can never be full. Ron tried it with great satisfaction. Anything the size of a bento can be put in it. It'll be fine now. Solved the problem of Ron not being able to carry fitness equipment with him. Before, there are also two 5,000-pound barbells used for training on the warship. The size is very large. But, Ron accidentally crushed it with armament Haki. As a result, he had no fitness equipment to use today. And, the training props he usually uses are very heavy and huge. Warships are also inconvenient to carry. With this bag, it is a lot more convenient. You can put the training equipment you need in it later. Then take it out and use it separately during training. This won't take up space either. I have to say that this ability is still very practical. In the world of pirates, there are actually very few people with storage abilities. There is a marsh fruit guy who can stuff things into his body. I have to say that it is really convenient to carry food and weapons. He also played a big role in the Battle of Ghost Island. It is precisely because of his ability to store things. Please give me flowers. 0. Castle fruit also has this convenience. In general, devil fruit with such special effects is also rare in the world of pirates. So Ron's bag is very convenient. Even warships can carry it with them. After having a feng shui compass to guide you, the fleet's sailing direction never deviated again. After one day, arrive at Marine headquarters smoothly. And at this time, the Marine soldiers have already tasted the sweetness. It's already the second day of learning Liushui Rock Fist. It is equivalent to 3 years of actual cultivation. The entire army has already taken on a new look. It looks very tough. Many Marine soldiers have developed muscles all over their bodies. The back muscles are extremely ferocious. Like a bunch of grimaces. The original Marine soldiers were relatively weak. It will look a little vulnerable. But at this moment, they have developed a lot of muscles. My clothes are almost bursting. These strong men. Advertisement. Standing neatly on the deck. Ron's warship slowly sailed into the port of Marine headquarters, Marine Vendor. Sengoku has already led the Marine senior management in advance, and the Marine troops are waiting here. This is Ron's first time working at the headquarters. Sengoku and others are more curious. This Inspector General has done so many great things before he even took office. What kind of person is he? What's the point? Until now. When they saw these Marine soldiers coming off the warship, I was confused on the spot. Sengoku doesn't even recognize them anymore. Who are these strong men? Although they are wearing Marine soldiers' clothes, they obviously don't fit. Like a muscular man wearing a women's vest. It's too inconsistent. Are these guys Marine? It's not just Sengoku. Commander Suru, Akainu, Kizaru, and others all had expressions of disbelief. Have to say, this scene is really impactful. Subsequently, the muscular men who came down stood in 2 rows. Responsible for clearing the way. Immediately afterwards, Ron slowly walked off the warship. Followed by all members of CP9. CP9 is dressed in black. It looks majestic and solemn. Like Ron's bodyguard. Have to say, this appearance of Ron. It really shocked the entire Marine. It felt like a big boss came down to inspect. But think about it carefully. This is indeed the boss coming down to inspect. Kizaru touched his chin and looked at Ron. Can't help but think. Is this guy the one who defeated Garp? It doesn't even look like it. Could it be that guy Garp also let him go? Ron's arrival. The whole Marine became nervous. Mainly because Ron removed Garp from his position as Vice Admiral and beat him up. This news has been known to all Marines. So, they were still a little scared when they saw Ron. They are all afraid that this new Inspector General will be burned on his own head when he takes office. Except for Kizaru, of course. Currently, Kizaru feels relatively good about himself. Go to work and get off work on time, work hard, and you should have no control over yourself. 063. Kizaru fell asleep during a meeting and was punched away by Ron. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To be honest, most people in Naval headquarters were not very welcoming to Ron. After all, an inspector general appeared out of nowhere to supervise their work. Be any normal person. I guess they don't like it either. Who likes the boss to supervise your work every day? So, most Marine soldiers and Marine senior personnel are not very welcoming to the inspector general. Especially Kizaru. Kizaru is the least popular. After all, this guy likes to fish. If this inspector general is really as strict as the legend says, then it would be very disadvantageous for him. So, Kizaru decided to stay away from him. Certainly. At this moment, Kizaru did not think that the inspector general would target him. After all, he felt good about himself. At best, I just occasionally make a fool of myself. This is not a big deal, right? Shouldn't you even care about this? Kizaru thought he should be safe anyway. But one person is an exception. This person actually welcomed Ron's arrival. This person is Akainu. Have to say, Akainu felt that Ron was really too appealing to him. Especially this guy, who killed Shichibukai crocodile. And he also gave Garp an education. Regarding the fact that Garp always gives trouble to his grandson, 833. Akainu has long since lost sight of it. But, he couldn't say anything. After all, Garp and Sengoku have such a good relationship. Even if I say bad things about Sengoku in front of him, it will be of no use. So, he really hopes that someone can teach this person who always gives trouble to pirates a lesson. I didn't expect this person to actually show up. There are really people who dare to do this. Not only do you dare to do this, but you can also be so king. This really makes Akainu very happy. Ever since he had long welcomed the Inspector General. It is estimated that except for him, no one in Marine really welcomes the Inspector General. Even Sengoku does. This guy Sengoku, despite his usual seriousness, looks very righteous in everything he does. But he and Garp are in the same boat. There is no fundamental difference between these two guys. It's just that Garp does it more obviously. This guy Sengoku doesn't do it too obviously. But it doesn't mean that this guy is truly selfless and upright. During the Summit War, the operation of Sengoku is also very confusing. Same move. Advertisement. When I attacked Blackbeard, I almost wiped out Blackbeard. But when fighting Luffy, apart from knocking Luffy's air out, there was no real damage. And he can also get Luffy in front of him. So close. He can also rescue Ace. Just talking about this performance, it was not much different from Garp who was punched away by Luffy. So, this time I came to the Marine headquarters. Except Kizaru. This guy Sengoku is also Ron's focus. Akainu was the first to come up and shake hands with Ron. Then other Marine senior executives also came up to say hello. Only this guy Kizaru. He tilted his chin, pouted his lips, and put his hands in his trouser pockets. There was no expression. After a simple welcome ceremony, Ron has finally entered Marine. Sengoku, call everyone here for a meeting. After briefly familiarizing myself with my office, Ron said directly to Sengoku. Sengoku never expected that Ron would immediately throw himself into the work as soon as he arrived. Soon, in the conference room of Marine headquarters, almost all of Marine's top executives sit there. Except for the absent Garp and Aokiji, of course. Of these two guys, one was suspended by Ron. The other one was sent out on a mission by Ron. So except for the two of them, almost everyone else is here. After everyone is seated, Ron slowly walked onto the stage. He looked at everyone below. Most people are pretty normal. There were only a few students who looked like they were doing tricks in the back during class. Especially this guy Kizaru is the most obvious. Ron said straight to the point. What I'm talking about now is important. I don't want anyone to wander off, and I don't want anyone to sleep down there. Ron was like a teacher at this moment. Students are being taught. And he knocked on the blackboard. Then he wrote the word ace on it. See these two words? Sengoku asked with some confusion. Inspector General, what does this mean? Sengoku doesn't know yet that Ace has been captured. Naturally, others don't know either. But they all knew the man. Akainu said. The Inspector General is probably talking about the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ron nodded and continued. Yes, that's him. Now this man is in my hands. I asked Smoker to escort this person back to Marine headquarters in advance. On his ship now. Hear this. Advertisement. Sengoku was shocked. He never expected. On the ship docked at the headquarters port, there was actually the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates inside. And this man is also the son of Pirate King Roger. He was actually detained on the ship for several days. And what makes Sengoku incredible is that, for so many days, no one came to notify me. How is this possible? This is the port where Marine is headquartered. There has been such an important person locked up on Smoker's ship, and he didn't even come to report. This is the opposite. Do you still take him as Marine Marshal seriously? Where did Smoker get so bold? Ron certainly saw what Sengoku was thinking. He just said lightly, I asked Smoker to keep it a secret. I don't want to reveal this news in advance. And at Naval headquarters, I suspect there are people from the Four Emperors. Since Marine can plant spies under the Four Emperors. So, why can't Four Emperors plant spies under Marine? This is very possible. So before Ron returned to Marine headquarters, he specifically told Smoker not to let the news about Ace leak out. This is also the reason why Smoker's warship was parked in the headquarters port for so many days without letting anyone know that Ace was on ship H. Although he didn't tell himself about this matter, Sengoku was quite angry. After all, he is Marine's marshal. He even hid this matter from him. This Inspector General is going a bit too far. But at this moment, when he learned that Ace was in Marine's hands, he couldn't help but get excited. Ron glanced around the stage. It was easy to see everyone's expressions. Judge by their expressions. Obviously, these two guys, Sengoku and Akainu, are very smart and figured out the key points immediately. Acting very excited, Ron continued to tap on the blackboard. Attract everyone's attention. Then he said, I think you should know Ace's identity. He is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and the captain of Whitebeard's second team. He can also be regarded as Shupu's adopted grandson. This is one of the reasons why I suspended Garp. Of course, this is not the point. When they heard that Garp had been suspended, many people present felt their hearts skip a beat. He looked at Garp's empty spot. Before this, who would have thought that even Garp would be suspended? This Inspector General can even handle Garp, let alone them. Thinking of this, most people immediately sat upright. He looks like a good student. I have a plan next. Use Ace to lure Whitebeard to Malinfando, and then kill them all. Ron continued. As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Ron in disbelief. They had no idea that the Inspector General would do something big on his first day in office. There is a delicate balance between Four Emperors and Marine. Advertisement. If this balance is broken at this time, then there will be chaos on the sea. But this time, Akainu expressed his position directly. I agree, we should have done this a long time ago. When dealing with pirates, you have to be more ruthless. The Four Emperors have to be defeated one by one. Only in this way can the pirates be slowly and completely eliminated. Maintaining a balance is useless. It can only make the pirates fatter and fatter. Then it will be difficult to eliminate them. Ron nodded. Sakazuki said it well. At this time, I suddenly saw someone in the last row actually dozed off. This Inspector General is here to enforce military appearance and discipline, but he still dares to doze off in his own meeting. Ron couldn't help but frown. That guy in yellow clothes in the back, don't sleep. Get up and repeat what I just said. As soon as the meeting started, Kizaru sat there impatiently. He hates meetings the most. It wastes a lot of his time every time. And basically most meetings, he sat in the back seat and dozed off. This is true even if the person holding the meeting is Sengoku. For someone like him who can even fish in high-end games like Summit War, it is impossible not to fish during a meeting. So this time, 3.4. He also habitually sat in the last row. Then his eyes closed. He began to wander too far. At this moment, Ron suddenly named me. I couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet. Open one's eyes. Then he said vaguely, I was sleeping just now. The words haven't been finished yet. Suddenly, I felt a jet black light flash across at extremely high speed. It seems to be carrying armament Haki's fist. Kizaru didn't see clearly. The speed is so fast that even a sparkling fruit user like Kizaru cannot react. In an instant, Kizaru only felt severe pain in his chest. Next moment, the whole person was out of control and flew directly backwards. Bang! Punch a big hole in the wall of Marine headquarters. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Kizaru turned into a small dot and flew higher and higher. Finally disappeared from sight. The whole person flew out of sight. The scene became very quiet in an instant. Now, everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground, looking at this scene in disbelief. He looked at the direction Kizaru flew away. He looked again at Ron's fist that had not been withdrawn. I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. At this moment, just listen to Ron say calmly, I won't be allowed to sleep during meetings from now on. 064. Still want to practice swordsmanship. Supervise Kizaru to fight Rayleigh. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who dares to sleep after this? At this moment, all Marine senior executives nodded repeatedly. Even Sengoku looked confused. He nodded subconsciously. This Inspector General. On the first day I arrived, I gave everyone present a start. Have to say, this Kizaru is really miserable. That punch from Ron just now. Everyone felt its power. After all, these are the people sitting there. But these are Marines' advanced combat capabilities. Any one of them is very powerful. Someone who can sit here. They are all Marine senior executives. The combat effectiveness is naturally not weak. So, naturally, his eyesight is not bad. They didn't even see Ron taking action just now. This is the scariest thing. Including Sengoku. He didn't even see Ron take action. I just vaguely saw an afterimage. How fast should this be? At this moment, everyone had a doubt in their minds. That's why Garp was defeated by Ron. If Ron had this kind of strength, well, it is normal for Garp to fail. Ron turned around. Back on stage again. At this moment, everyone finally remembered to breathe. I have to say that the scene just now shocked them so much that they forgot to breathe. At this moment, Commander I couldn't help but whisper. Sengoku, are you sure this Inspector General is only 18 years old? Sengoku nodded first, then shook his head. I was sure before, but now I'm a little unsure. If you say you have this strength at the age of 18, is it too exaggerated? Staff officer He took a deep breath and then said. This is more than just an exaggeration. 15 inches if it were you, that punch just now, could you defend it? Sengoku shook his head. You can't even see it, how can you prevent it? My observation Haki didn't even catch it. Staff officer He looked at the direction where Kizaru was knocked away and said with a little worry. I don't know what happened to this guy Kizaru. At this time, Akainu sitting behind Sengoku and Commander Suru suddenly interrupted. That guy deserves it. I have long been in need of cleaning up. I come to work every day and do nothing but fish. Besides getting off work, there is nothing active. 17. Akainu has always disliked Kizaru. Look at the people below chatting and discussing. Very noisy. Ron tapped on the blackboard. Quiet. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths. Even Sengoku and Akainu must have kept their mouths shut. The two of them didn't want Ron to treat them like he did to Kizaru. Not to mention being severely injured. The key is that it's so embarrassing in front of such a large public. Everyone is a person with status. Advertisement. Very face-saving. Subsequently, Ron explained the detailed plan again. Because Marine requires a certain amount of preparation time. So, no announcements about Ace just yet. Wait until Marine is ready and all the fortifications that need to be built are completed before announcing the news of Ace's execution. In this case, everything's ready. This can minimize Marine casualties. It also greatly increases the chance of dealing with the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks. Only, what Sengoku and Akainu couldn't understand was, why did Ron say Shanks would come too? This battle is obviously against Whitebeard. Ace will only attract Whitebeard. Why is Shanks here too? It doesn't make sense. However, since the Inspector General has said so, they didn't dare to have any other opinions. After all, the lessons learned are there. No one wants to fly next to Kizaru. Ron's next meeting. It opened extremely smoothly. Everyone sitting below. No one dared to doze off. No one left. Everyone listened attentively to Ron's speech. Chado and others even took notes. That sounds like someone who is very focused. If you don't give him a badge of being a good student, you will be sorry for his current performance. After all, they don't want to be Kizaru. Don't want to get beaten. Subsequently, after some discussion, the summit war plan is scheduled for half a month. On the one hand, Marine can use this half month to prepare. On the other hand, Ron can also use the treasure book box to strengthen the Marine soldiers. End of the meeting. After one day, Kizaru was found by Marine on a desert island 500 kilometers away. Kizaru lay there with his eyes rolled white. When the search party found him, all the ribs in his chest were broken. According to the soldiers' report. After Kizaru was rescued, the first question asked was, what was it that knocked me away? It was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. Subsequently, Kizaru was taken back to recover from his injuries. Sengoku, Commander and Akainu went to visit one after another. Sengoku, the crane chief, cares about the monkey. But Akainu is not. He just wanted to check Kizaru's injury and know how heavy Ron's punch was. But they also know it. Ron definitely didn't do anything serious. He must be showing mercy. Otherwise, Kizaru would have been lost long ago. In front of the hospital bed, Kizaru excitedly held the hands of Sengoku and Commander Suru. He said very aggrievedly, advertisement. I'm just going to take a nap at the meeting, what's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? After Sengoku and staff officer he left the ward. Look at each other. Then he said in a very regretful tone. It's over. Did you beat this kid silly? It lasted 5 full days. Kizaru's injury finally healed. This is also thanks to this guy's strong recovery ability. Have to say, Admiral's physical fitness is really strong. If not, find someone else. No one who has lived for a year and a half is old enough to walk. Do you want me to take another leave? After all, it's nice to not have to go to work due to this kind of work injury. Kizaru is a guy who will never change his ways. I was wondering if I could rest for a few more days. And at this time, something big happened in the Sabaody archipelago. Straw Hat Luffy beat up the celestial dragons. The world government was instantly alarmed. The world government requires Marine to send an admiral there. Sengoku also just received the news. This incident immediately alarmed the 5 elders. Openly attacking celestial dragons is no small matter. This not only involves the face of the world government, but also the majesty of the celestial dragons. If those who attack celestial dragons go unpunished, so who will take celestial dragons seriously in the future? So, must be dealt with strictly. Let others know later. There is a heavy price to pay for this. Ever since. The 5 elders request that this matter be dealt with seriously. The person involved must be caught. And it's not just that. We also need to capture all the pirates on the entire island. This way everyone can know the price to pay for doing so. This is a deterrent. After Sengoku got the news, I had to pay attention to it. All Marine admirals were immediately summoned. In fact, there are only 2 Marine admirals. One is Akainu, and the other is Kizaru, who has just recovered from his injuries. Aokiji performed a mission for Ron and did not come back. So it's a choice between 2. One of these 2 must be chosen to go to the Sabaody archipelago. Capture all pirates on the island. Especially Straw Hat. Sengoku said in a deep voice. What kind of 11 supernovas came out recently? These guys are now in the Sabaody archipelago. Which of you will catch them all? The most important thing is to capture Luffy, who attacked the celestial dragons. Of course, Akainu was ready to volunteer without hesitation. It was his duty to catch pirates. But this time there was something Akainu didn't expect. He was about to say go. As a result, Kizaru actually took the initiative to stand up. Let me go there. This is the first time Kizaru has taken the initiative to take on a mission. The eldest girl got on the sedan chair for the first time. Advertisement. This time Akainu can't fix it. I have never seen Kizaru so active. Has the sun risen in the west today? Akainu actually looked up at the sun. I found that there was no problem. The sun still rises in the east. That would be strange. Did Kizaru take the wrong medicine? But he didn't think much about it. They are just a few little pirates anyway. Although they call themselves the Super New 003 Star. It sounds awesome. But in the eyes of Marine Admiral. Just a little thief. 11 lambs for the slaughter. Nothing. So it doesn't matter who goes. There is no difference. So Akainu withdrew. Since Kizaru wants to go so badly, let him go. To be honest, Sengoku also felt a little surprised. He didn't expect it either. Kizaru, this guy, did he have convulsions today? Normally, he would hide as far away from this kind of thing as possible. Don't even ask for help. Sometimes he would find excuses to avoid even being ordered to go. And this time, he took over the task so proactively. It's really strange. But Sengoku still nodded and said, okay, then go ahead. Go and come back quickly. Kizaru took the order. However, at this moment, Ron walked in suddenly, passed by Kizaru. Kizaru somehow. I felt scared when I saw this man. The old wound on his chest ached again. It's true that he suffered from traumatic stress syndrome. The sight of Ron made my chest hurt. I can't help but think. Fortunately, I just took over this task. This way you can leave Marine headquarters without seeing the Inspector General. Kizaru couldn't help but feel a little lucky. It seems that I made a mistake and did something right. But he never expected that Ron's next words would almost make him vomit blood. Since Kizaru is going, let me go with him. Just in time to supervise the battle. Kizaru's face suddenly darkened. Almost a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kizaru. Damn, who did I offend? Why can't I get rid of you? If I ask you to follow me to supervise the battle, you might as well kill me. Otherwise I won't go and let Akainu go. Kizaru immediately changed his tune. However, what he didn't expect was. Ron said, no, just go. Kizaru. My chest hurts and I want to say dirty words. 065. Kizaru fought too hard and was kicked to bits by Ron. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru even wonders if he has Mercury retrograde. Why are you so unlucky? I can't get rid of this Inspector General. This guy. Did you come to the Marine headquarters this time just for yourself? Why can't I get along with myself everywhere? It's not okay to sleep in a meeting. You will also be punished for leaving get off work early. Fishing at work is also punished. You do supervise others, why are you always staring at me? Kizaru sighed. Now, he was already on the warship heading to the Sabaody archipelago. And it's Ron's warship. The Marine headquarters is not far from the Sabaody archipelago at all. It actually takes less than half an hour to get there. But even so, Kizaru was also unwilling to enter the inner cabin. Instead, he stood on the deck. Mainly because he didn't want to face Ron. At this moment, Ron is exercising in the inner cabin. 5 days at Marine headquarters. Ron ordered Marine's men. Helped myself build a barbell weighing 50,000 pounds. Extremely large. Fortunately, Ron has a newly acquired storage bag, which can carry everything no matter how big or heavy it is. You can also take it with you. Ever since, 2 barbells weighing a combined 100,000 pounds. It was put in the bag by Ron. Every time you have free time, just take it out and exercise. After these 5 days of training, Ron's physique has reached 40%. And the 500 Marine soldiers under him finally broke through the second level of the flowing water shattering fist. Although they only practiced for 5 more days. But, in essence, it has been practiced for nearly 20 years. Just barely broke through to the second level. But, at this moment, their physical fitness has already made a qualitative leap. The whole body is full of muscles. Strong lines. It's like being made of gold and iron. Strength, speed, and reaction speed have all been greatly improved. Take out a random soldier. You can easily deal with a pirate worth hundreds of millions. The progress of CP9 is even faster. In these 5 days, they have practiced the flowing water shattering rock fist to the 5th level. The strength has more than doubled. And Tashigi. I'm still looking through the Bankai user tutorial. I don't know whether Bankai has succeeded or not. During this period, Kizaru looked back at Ron who was training. You don't know if you don't see it. Advertisement. When I saw it, I was shocked again. Suddenly, I felt the old wound on my chest hurt again. No wonder this guy beat himself up so badly. Have you seen how they train? Such a big barbell can be lifted so easily. If it weren't for the large displacement of the warship. Kizaru was afraid that the ship would sink. And this surprised Kizaru. Why are the Marines on Ron's ship different from the Marines on his own ship? Why are these soldiers so strong? His whole body was covered in muscles. And the Marine soldiers on his own warship seemed to have not had enough to eat. Extremely thin. The two are not on the same level at all. Because this time Kizaru was riding Ron's main ship. These 500 Marine soldiers below. It's Ron's personal soldier. They were also the first group of people allowed by Ron to train the flowing water breaking rock fist. Before and after, these Marine soldiers had been practicing for 7 days. 7 days in the real world is equivalent to more than 20 years of training. So this muscle is also easy to understand. But Kizaru couldn't understand it. It's unreasonable. There is no normal person on this ship. It's better to leave quickly. We're here, the butcher is taking the first step. We are finally approaching the Sabaody archipelago. Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. Be prepared to stay away from Ron as soon as possible. What if he catches me while fishing for a while? Then, after Kizaru said these words, he stepped on the cannonball and flew out. Have to say, although this guy Kizaru said he likes to fish. But you should pretend to be no less powerful than others. Ron put the barbell back into the storage bag. Then he glanced at Kizaru standing on the cannonball, and his figure gradually moved away. Ron had to admit it. This appearance is indeed very handsome. Also very pretentious. But, can't pass Ron's level. How dangerous it is to step on a cannonball. Where are all the civilians in the Sabaody archipelago? What should we do if ordinary people are accidentally injured by artillery shells? Even if it can't blow up ordinary people. It's not good to blow up all the flowers and plants. Serves as Marine's Inspector General. How could Ron allow Marine to log in such a dangerous way? This undesirable approach must be rectified. As a soldier, it is our duty to obey orders and protect civilians. Rather than disregarding the property safety of ordinary people just to look cool. It's not okay to always try to look cool. This bad habit of his must be corrected. Then, advertisement. Ron weighed the water glass in his hand. Then, he threw it out violently. A hissing sound. The glass of water cuts through the sky. The cannonball flew straight towards Kizaru's feet. Hey, you guys should approach the shore slowly, I'm going to leave first. At this moment, Kizaru was still feeling proud. I thought I had finally gotten rid of the Inspector General. Just happy. Suddenly I noticed something flying over behind me. Just turned around. I found a water glass constantly dilating in my pupils. Immediately afterwards, bang, it collided with the cannonball at his feet. Huge impact. Detonate the shell instantly. Now. The shells were still flying in the air, right between the warship and the Sabaody archipelago. The result was a direct explosion. Suddenly the sky was filled with fire. And there was a roar. Ahem. Kizaru was choked by the thick smoke and coughed. Fortunately, it was a critical moment. Use elementalization to avoid the explosion. At the same time he understood. This Inspector General really has trouble with him. Even if he steps on a cannonball, he has to take care of it. Is there any heavenly justice? In the future, stop using these fancy ways to appear. Ron said solemnly. Kizaru curled his lips and looked speechless. He thought to himself. Before you came, I showed up like this every day, but no one said anything. You were the only one with a lot to do. Certainly. Kizaru didn't dare to say this. I can only think about it in my heart. Later, they docked in front of the country. Kizaru got off the boat with Ron and others. As expected, now the whole Sabaody archipelago is in chaos. Because of Luffy's attack on the celestial dragons. This resulted in a sudden martial law on the island. Then these pirates wanted to leave the island smoothly. Start attacking everywhere. And took the opportunity to burn, kill and loot. The relatively peaceful Sabaody archipelago suddenly became turbulent. Have to say, when it comes to causing trouble, Luffy is truly gifted. Play cool, pretend to be a good person, and then run away. The results of it, let the people on the entire island suffer the disaster together. Sabaody archipelago has always been an important transit point. It is an important junction point between the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. So, a large number of pirates often gather here. Advertisement. Under normal circumstances, they quite abide by the rules. After all, this is relatively close to Marine headquarters. They didn't dare to act too recklessly. But things are different now. When they heard that Luffy fought the celestial dragons, first new Marine admiral was coming. So they immediately became confused. Just got off the boat. Ron immediately told CP9. Quote. With the Marine soldiers, we prioritize protecting these ordinary residents. By the way, bring me St. Charles, the stupid pig. This stupid pig, Ron has made it clear that celestial dragons are prohibited from buying and selling slaves. As a result, this guy actually dared to carry himself like this. Come down secretly and buy slaves. Ron has to take care of Marine's affairs. Ron also has to take care of world government matters. And Ron will not condone the evil deeds of the celestial dragons. Subsequently, Ron looked at Kizaru again, and then said. What are you still doing? Go to work. Kizaru was speechless. Then he took out his phone bug. Moses. Kizaru was contacting his subordinate Zon Momomaru. Because they logged into Sabaody archipelago in advance. Therefore, Kizaru wants to determine their location. I didn't expect that I was Moses here, Zhao Wang Hauer. As a result, Ron kicked him in the butt from behind. Kizaru was kicked to a pulp. Then he said angrily. Moses, you big-headed devil, hurry up and get to work. I can't even contact my subordinates. Are you being too strict? I feel like you are targeting me a bit. Fortunately, Kizaru is also quite thick-skinned. I don't feel ashamed. Stand up immediately. He dusted himself off. Then it turned into yellow light. Quickly disappeared in place. And at this moment, Pluton Rayleigh suddenly used the observation Haki sense to know that Kizaru had landed on the island. He wanted to sell himself before because of gambling. So, imprisoned in the slave exchange. Luffy met Pluton Rayleigh because he went to rescue the mermaid Kami. Rayleigh recognized Luffy's straw hat. And thus also learned Luffy's identity. At the same time, he also knew. With the current strength of Luffy and his group, it is simply impossible to escape from Admiral. So, he decided to help a group of men who looked very similar to his captain. Luffy, he's out on bail. No one can stop this man who yearns for freedom from going to sea, not even Admiral. Rayleigh decided to stop Kizaru. Then let Luffy go to sea smoothly. 066. Kizaru's skills destroyed residents' houses and received a beating from Ron. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The more turbulent it becomes. The more pirates carnival. They can take this opportunity to kill and loot. Make a fortune. Especially those little pirates who are not into the mainstream. Most willing to do these things. So, when the Sabaody archipelago was in turmoil. That's when they are happiest. Grab as many points as you can before heading out to sea. Anyway, the whole place is in chaos now, and no one cares about them. Now all the energy is on capturing Supernova, especially Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, they were attacking celestial dragons. Drawing hatred will attract more. Attracting the attention of most people in Marine and world government. So, most of Marine's forces are out to catch them. This caused these little pirates to become excessively rampant. Burning, killing and looting in various fringe areas. This is the nature of pirates. They may pretend to be human in times of peace. But once there is some turmoil, they'll get involved immediately. Expose your true nature. And he did it more than anyone else. In the entire Sabaody archipelago, it is these unscrupulous little pirates who are causing the most damage nowadays. But there are very few Marines who catch them. Because the order Marine received was to prioritize the capture of Luffy's group who caused harm to the Celestial Dragons. All they care about is whether the Celestial Dragons get hurt. Only cares about avenging the Celestial Dragons. But no one ever cares about these ordinary citizens. The harm they suffered. Their destroyed houses. Their property was robbed. In the midst of this great turmoil. No one cares at all. There was no one to help them. Even though some ordinary residents are being robbed by these little pirates. At this time, first passed Marine on a mission. They all turned a blind eye. Because the 863 mission given to them by their superiors is to capture those who harmed the Celestial Dragons. Time is tight and I can't care about anything else. So even these ordinary citizens are crying and calling for help. There is no way to get Marine's help. Ron frowned, watching all this. Only by being there personally can you experience it. These ordinary citizens feel helpless and painful in the turmoil. Marine should not just be the protector of the rich and powerful. For these ordinary people, nor should we turn a blind eye. They are usually exploited by the government, but when they are in danger, they don't care. Such unhealthy tendencies. Change starts here. This is important in shaping Marine's image in the minds of ordinary citizens. Ron immediately shouted. Starting immediately, all Marine soldiers present are ordered to prioritize the protection of ordinary people. Prevent the situation from spreading and causing harm to ordinary citizens. Advertisement. All officers above the school level are responsible for capturing the crew of the Supernova. As for Luffy and Supernova himself, Kizaru Admiral will deal with them. Everyone obeys orders and puts their own safety first. There is no need to show mercy to pirates. Those who are willing to surrender will be captured alive, and those who resist will be executed on the spot. After all, Marine's current strength is limited, and there are too many pirates on this island. If they were all captured alive, there are not that many troops to guard them. It is very likely that these prisoners will fight back. Ron would not sacrifice the lives of Marine soldiers for the human rights of pirates. Ron decided. This is also to avoid excessive waste of combat power. For those supernovae, there is no use for these Marine soldiers to go up there. So, everyone should be put to their best use. Let them be responsible for protecting these ordinary citizens and cleaning up these little pirates. That's what they're good at. And those officers above the school level. They have certain strength. Can pose a threat to Supernova's subordinates. So let them deal with those Supernova crews. As for these 11 Supernovas, their strength is comparable to that of ordinary Marines. There is no way to defeat it. So just leave them to Kizaru. Ron just wants to correct Marine's unreasonable arrangements for every action. Before Ron showed up, no matter what enemy Marine encounters, they always rush forward in a swarm of Marine soldiers. I don't even think about whether it would be useful for them to go up there. Especially for those pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions. These ordinary Marine soldiers. Besides being knocked down with one punch, what other uses does it have? The action arrangement is extremely unreasonable. Want to reduce casualties and achieve the greatest victory? You should use high-quality horses against other people's middle-class horses. Use your own mid-level horse against someone else's low-level horse. Only in this way can it be completely crushed. Instead of using your own low-grade horse as soon as it comes up, you can use it against other people's high-grade horses. Isn't this a brain disease? He was literally using his own Marine soldier's life to show off to the enemy. After all, Ron is here to supervise the battle. It's impossible to do everything yourself. Otherwise, what would Marine do? So he immediately arranged all the tasks. Different Marines have different divisions of labor. This way it becomes clear. The execution of tasks has also become much smoother. Everyone performs their duties. Go do your own thing. The situation was quickly brought under control. Those unfashionable pirates. Their strength is not that great to begin with. There is no match for these Marine soldiers. So, when Ron ordered these Marine soldiers to protect these ordinary people, great results were achieved immediately. All the ordinary people around who saw this scene. They couldn't help but look at Ron with grateful eyes. This is the first time they have seen this Marine Inspector General in reality. I had seen it in newspapers before, and when I saw it today, it was indeed well deserved. Advertisement. This Inspector General is indeed different from other senior Marine officials. We are really thinking about them, ordinary citizens. After arranging all this, it's time for Ron to perform his duties and supervise the battle against Kizaru. There are a total of 11 difficult guys on this island. They are Jewelry Bonnie. These individuals are also known as Supernovae, BFCD. They are some of the most noteworthy pirates in the new era. And these people, this is the mission assigned to Kizaru by Ron. So, he was going to supervise Kizaru in his mission. Now, Kizaru is still walking and talking on the phone. No rush at all. He is looking for his subordinate Zon Momomaru and others. At the same time, he seemed to be avoiding the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates either intentionally or unintentionally. Just go fight other supernovas first. No matter how hard you fight, you always have to show off. Luffy, my father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, so I still have to exercise caution. This will give Rayleigh some time to come over and provide support. Kizaru whispered while touching his chin. At this time, he suddenly discovered that IN appeared behind him. I couldn't help but feel shocked. Chilling down the back. He thought to himself, why is this guy so mysterious? I didn't even feel when he appeared behind me. This is unlikely. This guy's strength is really terrifying. Wait a moment. Did he not hear what I just said? Kizaru was afraid that Ron would come and kick him again. At this time, Ron looked at him and said, why are you still here? 5 minutes have passed since I assigned you the task. Are you here for a walk? Don't tell me you're lost. Hurry up and work for me. This big bastard. It's really all kinds of fishing. It was really easy to get past by this guy without paying attention. Ron decided. From now on, keep an eye on Kizaru. Kizaru looked helpless. He was shattered. Hiding here myself. Can it also be found by Ron? Doesn't this guy know how to observe Haki? How did you find yourself? In fact, they didn't even know Ron had a positioning compass. Even if he hides in the ends of the earth, he can still locate his location immediately. This is much easier to use than observation Haki. But this time the Inspector General was behind him watching him fight. Kizaru really has no choice but to delay it any longer. If you don't take action again. Advertisement. Ron will probably kick him again. Why is it so difficult to catch a fish? Kizaru was really speechless. Feeling the cold gaze behind him. My chest and buttocks ached. Thinking of this, Kizaru immediately took action. Then, start looking for enemies everywhere. At this time, just in front of me appeared a guy who looked like a fortune teller. Kizaru seemed to have found a savior. Hawkins. Great, then I decided to start with you first. Now, Hawkins had just escaped the attacks of other Marines. Suddenly, Kizaru appeared behind him with an excited look on his face. I couldn't help but feel a chill running down my spine. Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru rubbed his chin. He tilted his mouth. Then he raised his legs. He said in an extremely harsh voice. Speed equals strength. Have you ever experienced a flash kick? I still don't understand Hawkins' reaction. There was a snap. Kizaru kicked Hawkins off the waist. Unable to withstand this powerful impact, Hawkins flew out in an instant. Like a cannonball. It runs through 3 buildings in a row, directly knocking down these 3 buildings of ordinary residents. Suddenly the dust filled the air. Debris flew everywhere. Kizaru touched his chin with satisfaction. Then he couldn't help but glance sideways at Ron. Thoughts? How about it? Have you seen my strength? The supernova was taken care of in one move. You can't say that I'm taking advantage of this, right? I work so hard. I guess you have nothing to say this time. However, what he didn't expect was. Ron's face suddenly darkened. Then, the entire figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Next moment, Kizaru felt a heavy blow to his stomach. Plop. He sat down on the ground with his buttocks straight. Are you being too unreasonable? I've already worked hard, why do you do my job? Ron said coldly. Who asked you to destroy the house? You're quite proud of destroying ordinary citizens' homes, aren't you? Kizaru. WTF. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? 067. Kizaru vs. Straw Hat Crew. Why is this so embarrassing? Waiting online. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru is really speechless now. I usually fight like this. No one came to say anything. Sengoku doesn't even care. He has been a Marine for over 40 years. This is how we fight all the time. When fighting pirates, do you still have to worry about so much? Who cares about the surrounding residential buildings? Dealing with the pirates is the most important thing. If these residential buildings fall down, they will fall down. What can we do? As long as we catch the pirates, that's all, right? Don't call me an old man. Several other Marine admirals did the same thing. It's good enough that I can come here to catch pirates so conscientiously. You still make me feel helpless. Moreover, the larger the scale of the attack, the more powerful the marine becomes, doesn't it? And these ordinary residents didn't say anything. Kizaru endured the pain in his abdomen. Reluctantly stood up. At this moment, he was in a very unhappy mood. Didn't it just destroy a few residential buildings? What's the big deal? This can also take a beating. This admiral is really frustrated. This inspector general is really deceiving people. I really can't wait to. I wish I could. Snort. If it weren't for me not wanting to get into trouble. I must make him look good today. Do you really think I can't beat you? No matter how good-tempered Kizaru is, he is still angry at this moment. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. This scene really shocked their hearts. Just now they were shocked by Marine Admiral Kizaru's strength. One kick sent Supernova flying. And it's extremely fast. The other party had no ability to fight back. It's like the speed of light, making it impossible to see clearly. Although Marine Admiral destroyed their house. This made them very unhappy. But they didn't dare to say anything. Because this Marine Admiral is too powerful. Even if they suffered property damage, I can only grit my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. What else could happen? Did you go over to find this Admiral theory? Should Marine compensate? How is this possible? Marine has always done this. All these years. Did they suffer little loss because of this incident? Sometimes the losses suffered were even greater than those caused by pirates' vandalism, looting and killing. Pirates are only trying to steal some money. But sometimes Marine comes to catch pirates and directly destroys their homes. In the end, he just waved his hands and walked away. They dare not say anything yet. Advertisement. Even show gratitude. Are you angry or not? I'm angry, but there's nothing I can do. Have to say, these ordinary citizens are really aggrieved. Not only being bullied by pirates, but also enduring the harm caused by Marine. Neither party dared to offend. Both ends suffer. They are left in the middle to suffer from both sides. But what can you do? There is no way. As an ordinary citizen, he is really too weak. Often gods fight, and they suffer. Once the two sides start fighting, no one cares about ordinary people at all. Often during the fight, nothing happens to Marine and the pirates, but ordinary people like them caught in the middle suffer heavy losses. People and money are often wasted. Then the pirates Marine dispersed. What's more, sometimes after the fight was over, they would still drink and chat. No one considered them. No one did them justice. No one really thinks about them. The top management of Marine only wants to deal with the pirates. It doesn't matter what method you use. As long as the pirate is caught, the mission is completed. No one ever cared about them ordinary residents. In the process of catching pirates, often they suffer the most severe losses. Damage to a house like this is actually nothing. Many times, they will be affected by the aftermath of the battle. Minor injuries, or death. But these, Marine doesn't care. They can only consider themselves unlucky. These ordinary residents thought this situation would continue forever. They can only pray that the damaged house is not theirs. I pray that the aftermath of the battle will not affect me. That's all they can do. But I never expected it. Suddenly something happened today, although it was still affected as always. 3 buildings were lost at once. Many residents were left homeless, and the property they had accumulated over the years disappeared instantly. But this time, the difference is, it's not like no one cares about them anymore. Nor was it treated as if nothing had happened. But a man stood up. Justice was done to them. Teach the Marine Admiral a lesson for leaving them homeless. Because the Marine Admiral just caused more damage than the pirates. For the ordinary citizens whose houses were destroyed. The pirates just robbed them of some money. However, Kizaru kicked their entire house to pieces. This has to make the victims around me extremely grateful. This Marine Inspector General is so reliable. And they were all even more shocked by Ron's strength. They already knew how strong Kizaru was before. But even so, the Inspector General named Ron also taught him a lesson. I have to say, it's really refreshing. Advertisement. When Ron saw Marine destroying things so wantonly. In fact, he was very angry. If you watch this scene in an anime, you won't think it's anything. But if in reality, just looking at it will make your blood pressure rise. Especially now that Ron is there. I feel the disregard for ordinary people by Marine's top management. I saw with my own eyes that Kizaru fought without any regard for the people. He doesn't care at all about the ordinary residents around him. He only cares about his wanton attacks. If it's a fight of equal strength and a fight to the death, then Ron won't care about this. But this moment is different. Kizaru's strength is obviously much stronger than these supernovas. So, logically there is no need to cause such large-scale damage. With Kizaru's strength, They can be dealt with easily. Rather than like now, destroy the surroundings in a mess. So this is what makes Ron angry. At the same time, this is also a common bad habit of Marine. It was fine before when Ron wasn't here. But now. Now that Ron is already the Inspector General, this will not be allowed to happen again. That's why he went over to give Kizaru a memory. Kizaru, remember, you are Marine, not a pirate. So be careful when taking action. Your job is to protect these ordinary residents, instead of hurting them. Otherwise, what's the difference between your behavior and that of a pirate? Do you understand what I say? Be more careful when taking action next time. Don't ever let me see you do something like this again. Dash 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 dot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Although Kizaru is very angry now. But there was no need for him to break up with Ron. He agreed reluctantly. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Then he sat on the chair Tashigi brought him. Cross your legs. He reached out and pointed behind Kizaru. Just keep working. I'm here to watch you. Kizaru is still a little confused. There is nothing behind me. There was only one Hawkins who was beaten away. According to the intensity of his attack just now, the other party must have hung up. And it happened to be at this time. Hawkins, who had been knocked away just now, actually stood up again. Not only that, at this moment, he turned into a huge scarecrow. The appearance of subduing the devil. It looks a bit spooky. The face is ferocious. The size of the whole person has also become much larger. He was able to look down at Kizaru, who was nearly 3 meters tall. Now, advertisement. Kizaru couldn't help but look back. He thought to himself, he's really not dead yet. How did the Inspector General know? Then he touched his chin. With a crooked mouth, he said in an extremely arrogant tone, you supernovas really look like monsters. It's so scary. The words just fell. Ron was heard slamming the chair. Then he said angrily, don't give me any crap. Horrible ass. Hurry up and do it. Kizaru. It's not enough to express 2 sentiments in a row. Is there any humanity left? Is there any justice left? Kizaru felt like he was being targeted. This Inspector General is deliberately looking for trouble, isn't he? Kizaru really had no choice but to hold out a finger. Just prepare to shoot Hawkins wildly. But the laser has just reached the fingertips and is ready to be fired. Suddenly remembered, even if it's just a finger. But the laser it emits is indeed very powerful. It will definitely pass through Hawkins' body and then attack the residential building behind. Thinking of Ron's warning just now, Kizaru immediately put away his fingers. Then just clench your fist. To Hawkins' head. A dwang sound. It hit Hawkins directly on the head. Hawkins never figured it out. A Kizaru with Logia demon fruit power. Since you use physical skills. It's really surprising. This time with armament Haki knocking on the head. Knocked out directly by Hawkins. Not even a substitute straw can be used. Instantly he was frothing at the mouth and fell to the ground. In fact, Kizaru didn't even use much effort. But this supernova is too weak. Kizaru glanced at Ron sitting there. I thought. This way you can't find fault, right? Well, this time, I didn't even hurt the surrounding flowers and plants. No pollution, catch the thief. Then. Kizaru relies on this method. Knocked out several other supernovas along the way. Ron was watching from behind. He doesn't dare to do ink. The dignified sparkling fruit ability user actually solved the battle in a simple and unpretentious way by knocking on the forehead. At last, finally came to the Straw Hat crew. Because of some special reasons. Kizaru couldn't help but feel worried. This is how to do. How can we release the water more naturally without being discovered? 068. Ron. Lift your legs for half an episode. Do you think I'll beat you? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now, Straw Hat crew is preparing to escape. They just finished off Marine outside the auction house. Preparing to escape to the makeshift pirate ship. Because the Sunny had been broken into pieces by Ron. Once you see it, there is no way to recover. In a short period of time, they will not be able to build another one. So I could only temporarily find a pirate ship and reluctantly use it first. Although their pirate ship has not been coded yet. But now I don't care about that much anymore. Let's get out of here first. After all, this place is now a mess. If Marine Admiral comes later, it will be over. With their current strength, there is no way they can deal with Marine Admiral. Nami said a little unhappy at this time. It's all your fault, Luffy. Why are you fighting those celestial dragons? Don't you know that doing this will attract Admiral to you? We managed to escape from your grandfather with great difficulty. I don't know if I will be so lucky this time. Luffy sucks on the big white fang. He said while laughing. Sorry, I couldn't hold it back. Zoro said. Don't worry about that for now. It's been done anyway. What we have to think about now is how to leave the island. Sanji's eyes were beating with a little heart, and he said to Nami. Nami-san, I will protect you. Nah. 970. Mei punched Sanji. Of course you have to protect me. It's not because of you that I'm in such a mess. Not one of them is worry-free. At this time, Usopp said again. By the way, Luffy's grandfather wanted to let us go. I felt like he didn't give it his all. Luffy said, rubbing the back of his head. Probably. Usopp said with some regret. The one we need to be wary of should be the bald man. It seems like he is here to supervise the battle. When I was in the capital of Seven Waters, I kept watching from a distance. I found out that he was here to supervise your grandfather. If he hadn't been supervising you, we would have escaped successfully long ago. I heard Usopp mention his bald head. Zoro frowned and said. That guy's strength is terrifying. Our ship was shattered by him. You know, we had already flown so far away that even the cannon couldn't hit us. And that guy actually punched us in the air and shattered our ship. Sanji frowned and said, I also saw it, and I feel like it must be a fruit ability user, otherwise it wouldn't be possible at all. Nami frowned. As he ran, he said, now is not the time to review that battle. Why don't you quickly think about how to deal with the current trouble? It is said that the Marine Admiral here is Kizaru. He has already killed several supernovae. I guess it won't be long before we get there. Usopp said with a trembling tone. What should we do? Will this Kizaru Admiral be merciful to us like Grandpa Luffy? Luffy, are you related to Kizaru Admiral? Luffy thought while holding his boogers. No. How is this possible? I have never seen him. Advertisement. Usopp is disheartened. It's over, he's here. The Straw Hat crew are discussing with each other while escaping. But at this moment, suddenly he stopped. Because they found out. Standing in front of him was a man in yellow clothes. This person is none other than Marine Admiral Kizaru. I didn't expect him to come so quickly. Everyone present became nervous. The reason why they are so nervous is not just because they saw Kizaru. It's because they are not far away. Saw a bald head. Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but look at each other. This guy is here too. This is bad. Judging from this man's posture, he must be here to supervise the battle again. The reason why Straw Hat crew is so convinced that Ron is here to supervise the battle again. Totally because they saw an extremely discordant scene. A completely different style from this battlefield. When everyone is extremely flustered and exhausted from running around. The bald man suddenly ordered someone to bring a chair over and sat down on it. It's as leisurely as a wandering uncle. Have to say. This is indeed very strange. Is this guy too laid back? Damn it. Looks like we can't escape. This guy is not something we can deal with at the moment. So everyone separated and ran away after a while. Luffy is still relatively calm at this time. Very self-aware. At this moment, he said very seriously. Now the only thing is to fight for more people to survive. If everyone runs away together, it's easy to be caught by this guy. If you run away separately, there is no way Marine Admiral can chase so many people at the same time. In this case, someone will always escape successfully. As a captain, it's really a helpless decision to make. But there is no way. They were facing Marine Admiral. With their strength, they are no match for each other. Now, Kizaru stood in front of everyone. Look down at these people. Then focus on Luffy. This guy is Garp's grandson. He is Dorag's son. Moreover, he is also an Esper in the form of Zone's phantom beast, the human fruit Nika. This is called God. Kizaru is naturally not an ordinary person, and given his status, he certainly has a way to learn this secret. But he also knew that the world government was trying its best to conceal the true power of this fruit. So few people know the secret of rubber fruit. Advertisement. Although no one has awakened to this fruit in these hundreds of years. But the last person to awaken. None other than Joey Boy. The man who almost influenced and changed the world. Visible. This devil fruit is so pervert. Kizaru couldn't help but take a deep breath. He just works for a salary, an ordinary wage earner. There is no need to work so hard. Who can guarantee that this fruit will not awaken in the hands of Straw Hat? What if you wake up later? It is said that the power of this fruit is very unreasonable. The potential is huge. It's actually a bug. If you attack the Straw Hat Boy at this time, wouldn't it be possible to offend Joy Boy in advance? It's not that he's afraid, it's just that there's no need to offend him. It would be great to go to and from get off work on time every day and have nothing to do, so why bother with this trouble? Even if you don't wake up, it's not a good thing to offend Garp and Dorag at this time. Not to mention, he and Dorag still have a personal relationship. The reason why I took the initiative to come here this time. It's mainly to give face to friends. At the same time, it also gives Garp a face. Because he knows. Take the trouble Luffy has caused now. If Akainu came over instead, then Luffy must die. That guy Akainu doesn't care about this, and all the Straw Hats will probably die here soon. But he never expected. This guy Ron will follow him. This moment made Kizaru embarrassed. How can you let yourself go? There is this guy who has been watching from behind, and he also has the lessons from the previous 2 times. Kizaru is very aware of Ron's code of conduct. So, Kizaru is really in trouble now. I should have known there was a dilemma. I didn't come back then. This is great. If Garp and Dorag knew that Luffy was captured by them, then he couldn't explain it clearly. Kizaru, are you offline? What are you doing there? Hurry and arrest someone. Ron tapped his fingers rhythmically on the chair. Said very displeased Ly. Kizaru was really helpless. Serving in the military for more than 40 years. There has never been a day as frustrating as today's battle. Being supervised from behind. Something is slightly wrong. Just be told something. Since you can't hide, you can't hide. I can only hope that guy Rayleigh comes over quickly and stops me. In this case, I just have to pretend to fight Rayleigh for a while. Advertisement. Then pretend to be invincible. Sell a flaw. Then just let them all go. Anyway, Rayleigh is the right-hand man of the Pirate King. It's his first officer. His strength is obvious to everyone. I lost to him on purpose. No one can tell. This is understandable. So now I can only wait for this guy to come over soon. Let him stop him quickly. In this way, you can escape perfectly. You can also pass the blame to this guy Rayleigh. It's just perfect. Kizaru even praised himself for his intelligence. Ever since, he decided to adopt a delaying tactic. Let me take a look. Who should I start with first? You can't fight Luffy first anyway. Kizaru first set his sights on Zoro. Then he kicked him directly. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed past. With Zoro's current strength, how can he stop him? He was kicked directly to the ground. Vomiting blood will not stop. Kizaru couldn't help but touch his chin. At this time, others want to rescue Zoro. Of course Kizaru wants them to rescue Zoro. But it was too fake to rescue 5.4 people in front of him. You can't act like this in acting. Isn't this taking the audience for fools? So, to make the battle a little more realistic, Kizaru directly used the fruit's ability to turn into a stream of light and quickly moved in front of Zoro. Then stepped on him. Immediately afterwards, lift the other one. Make it look like you are about to step on it. I saw the light on my feet flashing continuously. If you step on it at such a close distance, certain death. Kizaru seemed to be accumulating strength. I didn't put my raised feet down for a long time. At this moment, Usopp is constantly attacking Kizaru. But in front of Logia Devil Fruit. Without Haki, all his attacks are in vain. This went on for a long time. Kizaru's legs were almost sore. At the same time, I muttered in my heart. Damn it, why don't you come here when you take advantage of that guy? My legs are going sore. MD. Ron got angry. You've already raised your legs for half an hour, why are you just delaying this? Come here. It seems that if this guy doesn't beat him up, he won't be able to realize it like Garp. Ron decided. Put aside those who want to catch pirates and teach Kizaru a lesson first. 069. After being beaten, Kizaru dared not let go anymore and immediately went to beat Rayleigh. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In fact, other people also noticed Kizaru's unusual behavior. After all, lifting your legs for such a long time is really unreasonable. And the main thing is, they had seen this guy Kizaru attack other supernovae. That's just kicking with your legs raised. That speed. It's impossible to react at all. Swish, brush, brush. One for each foot. Not even out of breath. What about now? It was as if the pause button had been pressed. Could it be that the forward shaking time is too long? Are you kidding me? This made everyone feel a little incomprehensible. Especially those marine soldiers are also a little incomprehensible. Why don't you step on this Kizaru Admiral? Yeah, I've been watching here for a long time. I've almost finished all the melon seeds. Do you think Kizaru Admiral's legs are numb? Or it's just cramps? Don't be kidding, that's Kizaru Admiral. He must have some special reason. The soldiers around them all looked at this scene with bewildered faces. They all had an expression of, we don't understand, and we don't dare to ask. Speak the truth. They were indeed a little confused. Don't say it's them. Even the Straw Hat crew was a little confused at this moment. At first, Usopp attacked Kizaru hard, afraid that Kizaru would trample Zoro to death. But he ran out of bullets in his slingshot. The opponent hasn't put his foot down yet. Even Usopp is a little confused. Isn't this 15 Kizaru the man who claims to have the speed of light kick? It is said that he would say to anyone he met, have you ever been kicked by light? But at this moment, this doesn't look like being kicked by light either. Is the speed of light so slow? Need to wait half a day to kick it off. At this moment, Usopp even doubted whether this Kizaru was Luffy's uncle. If Luffy hadn't said he didn't know Kizaru, it's really possible. If it wasn't a close relationship, how could he perform the same as Garp did at that time? To be fair, this release of water is a bit obvious. And at this moment Kizaru. Speak the truth. My legs also feel a little sore. The expression on his face was almost twitching. Why doesn't this Rayleigh come over? Come quickly and stop me. Damn it. If I had known I wouldn't have used this trick just now. You said the leg has been raised for a long time. Do you want to kick it or not? If you kick, you can easily kill someone. If you don't, it's still a bit unjustifiable. I really made a mistake. If I hadn't stepped on Zoro at that time, could I have given others a chance to rescue him now? Let me tell you, my talent in releasing water is really not as good as Mr. Garp's. Although Kizaru's expression is still so lewd, pouting, an old face full of wrinkles, still frowning. But at this moment, my inner mood is full of galloping horses. Advertisement. Have to say, Kizaru is a person full of inner drama. Generally, people who love fishing are full of inner drama. Just like people who like to wander around in class, they are usually people who talk to themselves and have a lot of inner drama. And at this time, Kizaru suddenly heard Ron yelling. Only then did I remember. It turned out that there was someone supervising the battle behind. This is bad. What he did just now must have been noticed by him. Previously, I just fell asleep in a meeting, and was punched by this guy Ron and flew more than 500 kilometers away. As a result, his chest still hurts. And listening to Ron's tone just now, he seemed even angrier now than then. Oops. Kizaru had a bad feeling. Subsequently, suddenly I felt a figure flying over at great speed. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes. The whole person flew out instantly. Plop. Stretched out on all fours. Hit the big tree behind. Extremely embarrassed. This gesture is so indecent. This is the third time Kizaru has been beaten in Sabaody archipelago. Even gods have a temper. Not to mention Kizaru. At this moment, he was really angry. The Inspector General troubled him again and again. So directed at him. How could he endure this? If it happens once or twice, forget it. How many times has this happened? You are a Marine Admiral, don't you want to lose face? In such a public place. Knocking myself out over and over again. And every time the knowledge is so inelegant. The first time I fell into a mess. The second time I fell down and squatted. For the third time, he hit the tree in all directions. No matter which one it is. It would be very embarrassing to say it out loud. After all, Kizaru is also a Marine Admiral. In normal fights, there won't even be a speck of dust on his clothes. Even after playing a high-end game like Summit War, my clothes were not dirty. And life is extremely exquisite. Even the nails are usually maintained with great care. Prune often. Such an exquisite person. Actually within one day. He was beaten to the ground 3 times in a row. It was covered in ashes. In public. Embarrassed. And it's very embarrassing. All clay figures have a certain amount of anger. At this time, Kizaru finally couldn't stand it anymore. NND. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, you think I'm a sick cat. I will tolerate you again and again. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Do you really think I can't beat you? Is this tolerable and which is intolerable? Advertisement. At this moment, Kizaru exploded. Inspector General, if you don't give me a reason today, you can't even think about rectifying this matter. Kizaru's obscene face. Now there was an additional layer of anger. It makes this face look even more in need of a beating. Ron looked at Kizaru, thinking of his performance today. And this stinky face. He said even more angrily. I still need a reason to beat you. Next moment. The entire figure disappeared instantly. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Kizaru. Kizaru heard Ron's words, even more speechless. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Kizaru didn't plan to just take a beating this time without fighting back. He decided to fight back. Give the other person a good look. Ever since, everything has been prepared in advance. When Ron appeared in front of him, Kizaru took full advantage of his sparkling fruit this time. 8-foot mirror. Disappeared immediately. In the air, after several refractions. He quickly distanced himself from Ron. Have to say. Sparkling fruit is very advantageous in terms of speed. However, this is just an advantage compared to ordinary people. But for Ron at this moment, not that fast either. Then, Ron immediately changed direction. He kicked the ground hard. then quickly disappeared in place. Normal. Jump left and right. He caught up with Kizaru's figure refracting back and forth in the air. It was a light though. But Ron still caught up with him. Although Kizaru is a sparkling fruit, it does not reach the true speed of light. When Ron caught up with that light, he kicked him directly. He now has armament Haki in his grasp. So Kizaru can be attacked. Bang. Kizaru was knocked out of his human form in midair. Then it fell directly to the shore. Reluctantly, he turned into a human form and stood on the ground before landing. In fact, ever since I came to Sabaody archipelago, Kizaru discovered that Ron knew armament Haki. This really made him a little unbelievable. Obviously he remembered that when he fought Garp in the Seven Waters capital, Ron had not yet mastered armament Haki. How come it has only been a few days? That's it for armament Haki. And it has reached the highest level. Is this a speed humans can train at? It is difficult to get into the door in such a short time, let alone cultivate to a state that can be entangled. In fact, Ron was controlling the force this time. The skill causes the opponent to feel immense pain. It won't directly beat the opponent until he loses his combat effectiveness. Because that would be boring. Advertisement. Ron wanted to beat him a few more times. Kizaru rubbed his chest. He coughed twice. Then jumped directly into the air. He wasn't going to waste any more time. Kizaru was going to have a big one right away. I saw him crossing his arms. In an instant, light from the sky gathered in his hands. Kizaru is like a little sun. A dazzling light emitted in midair. 8 feet of golden magatama. Next moment, 130 countless light points are stimulated from Kizaru's arms. Like a downpour. Perform a saturation strike in Ron's direction. This light rain in the sky carries a despairing impact. Look at this posture. If hit on the ground, I am afraid that the number 3 island can be directly sunk. Ron stood on the ground and didn't even try to hide. Instead, it is directly facing the direction of the light spots in the sky. A punch was thrown. An ordinary punch. In an instant. In the direction of the arm, the entire space was compressed and deformed. The surrounding air was quickly sucked out. A vacuum zone was formed. Huge impact. Compressing the air. Carrying armament Haki. It expanded in an instant. There was a bang. Directly facing the sky full of light and rain. Almost at the moment of impact. It was pushed back together with the light and rain all over the sky. Kizaru's expression changed drastically at this moment. The visual effect produced by Ron's punch was like a tailed beast cannon. Round and big. It also has visual impact. In an instant, all Kizaru's attacks were overwhelmed. Kizaru's body was also submerged in it. After a while, Kizaru's clothes were burnt. Just fell from the sky. It fell to the ground with a thud. Under Ron's precise force control. Kizaru now felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. But it wasn't really broken. He can still stand up. Only, after this blow, Kizaru was completely convinced. The scene just now was so terrifying. He had the feeling of being hit by an asteroid. So desperate. Ahem, why on earth did you hit me? Kizaru asked reluctantly. But Ron just smiled and said. I'm just warning you, be gentle when you hit Rayleigh later. Quote. Is that all? Kizaru's old face darkened and he said speechlessly. You should have told me earlier. There is no need to tell me this matter in this way. I'm not familiar with him, so I'll just beat him hard after a while. 070. Sorry Rayleigh, someone is supervising the battle. I am serious. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This scene shocked all Marine soldiers. At this moment, they finally understood. It turns out that Kizaru Admiral just let it slip. Therefore, the chief inspector would give him a good beating. Have to say, in their hearts, the invincible Kizaru Admiral will one day be crushed. The battle between the two just now was too shocking. As a result, many people are unable to react now. It's really terrible. Kizaru's strength and status in their hearts is really too high. Although this guy is always fishing. But no one can deny his ability. This is Marine's peak combat power. Responsible for the facade. But even so, in front of the Inspector General, he is simply vulnerable. Knocked down with one punch. Everyone is thinking about that shocking punch right now. Like a rainbow shining through the sun. Soaring straight into the sky. Fortunately, the punch was aimed at the sky. If it hits the ground, everyone has no doubt that the entire Sabaody archipelago can be destroyed directly. Kizaru is really speechless now. I didn't expect that I would get beaten because of this today. This can be said to be a beating that was really in vain. If he had known that Ron kept beating himself because of this, then Kizaru has already shown his cards. He and Rayleigh were not familiar with each other anyway. If the Inspector General had just allowed himself to beat the crap out of Rayleigh, Then just say it. Why do you need to do this? You came here to beat me up and didn't even say why. Don't say the reason. The call I received was inexplicable. In the end, I told my husband just to make it easier for me to beat Rayleigh. What's so difficult about this? Tell me earlier. Wouldn't it be better if you just said no from the beginning? You said at the beginning that I promised you from the beginning. Why bother to use your hands and feet? This is for me. All the bones in my body hurt as if they were broken. I don't know how you control your strength. Kizaru could feel it, if Ron was serious at that time. Then with that one punch, he would be dead. It would be fine if it was an ordinary punch. After all, he is Logia devil fruit, so he has no entity. Physical attacks are useless against him. No matter how powerful your physical attack is. Even if you can punch this planet out, there is no way to harm Logia demon fruit power. So Kizaru wasn't actually that scared of Ron at first. No matter how strong this guy is, he still can't do anything to himself. Advertisement. But this guy knows armament Haki, which is different. Plus this guy perverts the power. That's real, you can kill yourself with one punch. And after the battle just now, Kizaru has already practiced it himself. To verify this possibility, that is to say, with that punch just now, Kizaru already felt that he would definitely be beaten to death. If Ron hadn't saved his hand, this punch would not have been just painful. To be honest, now Kizaru really feels pain all over his body. He didn't want to feel this way anymore. Although this punch did not make Kizaru afraid to fish. But it was true that he didn't dare to let go after being beaten. That is to say, in this battle, no matter what, Garp's grandson, Dorig's son, or some sun god. Let them all go to hell. It's more important for me to save my own life. I have no control over other people's lives. Oh no. Why did the Inspector General also know that Rayleigh would be coming soon? How did he know? He didn't have observation Haki. He hadn't read the script either. How did he know Rayleigh would come? Actually, there really is a script for this. Kizaru and Rayleigh have a close relationship. So Kizaru knew that Rayleigh would come. Kizaru also knew that he would come and stop him. So he just lifted his legs for a long time. Just waiting for Rayleigh to appear. It's just that Rayleigh didn't show up as scheduled. This is what led to it. Kizaru had been lifting his leg for a long time, but he didn't wait for the opponent's scene. I was left acting awkwardly there. Then he was discovered by the Inspector General supervising the war. But it's all extremely covert. Those phone calls Kizaru made when he first landed on the island were not actually looking for Zon Momomaru. It was Rayleigh who was contacting him. Rayleigh took the initiative to contact Kizaru about this matter. Just to prevent Kizaru from being ruthless when he attacks Straw Hat Crew. Let him delay for a while until he comes over. In fact, Kizaru and Rayleigh are not very close. But after all, they are all strong people and have been exposed to them. And Rayleigh knows Kizaru's character very well. I know that this guy has always implemented ambiguous justice. So, only then did Rayleigh have the confidence to contact Kizaru and ask him to cooperate. The conditions offered by Rayleigh were to release Zon Momomaru, and then in exchange for Kizaru, Luffy and the others would be released. This was the condition Rayleigh made for making this call. The reason why Zon Taomaru hasn't appeared yet is because he has been controlled by Rayleigh. I have to say that Rayleigh is worthy of being the vice captain of One Piece. Before doing anything, they are all well prepared. That is, when he knew that Marine Admiral was coming to Sabaody Archipelago. Advertisement. First, the candidate for the visit was determined. When I found out it was Kizaru, Rayleigh couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Secretly glad. Luffy is saved this time. Because Kizaru is much easier to talk to than Akainu. Rayleigh immediately thought of how to rescue Luffy from Kizaru Admiral. Rayleigh knows Kizaru well. I know that this guy is pretty good to his subordinate Zon Momomaru. Therefore, Rayleigh controlled Zon Taowu at the first opportunity. And used this to negotiate conditions with Kizaru. In fact, Rayleigh didn't know that Kizaru planned to release Straw Hat Crew from the beginning. And when Kizaru received this call and heard this condition. Because it coincides with my own purpose. So I just agreed. It was also to protect Zon Taomaru. Cooperate with Rayleigh. Make a match. Show off your acting skills. By the way, you can shirk your own responsibilities. Shift the responsibility of Straw Hat Crew's escape from his subordinates to Rayleigh. Why not do this? Although Kizaru looks very vulgar. But actually very smart. It happened that Rayleigh took the initiative to contact him, and he found a person to blame. If not, he let Straw Hat Crew go without any reason, which is a bit unjustifiable. He is a Marine Admiral after all. It is Marine's highest combat power. An existence comparable to the Four Emperors. A person of his strength. It's so easy to catch the Straw Hat Crew. So, if they were allowed to escape under his own hands, no one would believe it. It will definitely arouse suspicion. Kizaru was still worried before. How can we make these people escape smoothly? After Rayleigh made this call and got in touch with him, Kizaru instantly found the person to take the blame. He didn't understand why Rayleigh wanted to save Luffy and the others. But it doesn't matter, since this guy offered to come to the rescue. Then I just happened to accompany him in the play. By the way, he was blamed for Straw Hat Crew's escape. After all, he is also the vice captain of One Piece. If he was here to rescue, then it would be much more reasonable for Luffy and his gang to escape. This is also the main reason why Kizaru agreed so happily. It can be said to be a win-win cooperation. Only. Now this cooperation has changed because of Ron's appearance. It is clear. After Ron gave Kizaru a lesson just now, Kizaru doesn't dare to act with Rayleigh anymore. The Inspector General just said that he should resolve the battle with Rayleigh happily. So fight for a while. Advertisement. You can't follow the script. This is also something that can't be helped. In order not to get beaten up by Ron again, Kizaru decided to give Rayleigh a good beating first. It can be regarded as a statement to Ron. Rayleigh at this moment. Don't know about this yet. I didn't know that Kizaru had changed his mind. At this moment, he was on his way. Because everything has gone according to his plan. So he believes it. That guy Kizaru must be waiting for him to come and rescue the Straw Hat Crew. Before coming on your own, Kizaru will not be harsh to the people of Straw Hat Crew. Everything will be rehearsed according to their script. Wait for him to go over and pretend to stop Kizaru. Then the two of them fought decently for a while. Take the opportunity to let go of the Straw Hat Crew. Then he released Zontawan himself. This is another way to get the best of both worlds. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner according to his plan. But the only thing that happened was, just now I was delayed, Wang Nujiao, due to some things. So, my appearance was later than scheduled. But that shouldn't hurt. Because he believes it. This guy Kizaru must be stalling for time. Waiting for me to go over and rescue Luffy. In fact, Rayleigh's expectations were good. There was nothing wrong with his plan. The only variable is. In other words, the only surprise was Ron's appearance. Ruined all his plans. Kizaru is also performing according to Rayleigh's request, but one person is missing from his script. That's Ron. Ron gave Kizaru a lesson. Letting this guy change his ways and return to righteousness is out of the script. So, Rayleigh doesn't know all this yet. He thought Kizaru would act with him later. Rayleigh is flying close to the ground and on her way. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, we have arrived at the Straw Hat Crew. Really. At this moment, Kizaru is ready to take action. Rayleigh couldn't help but secretly said, "It seems like this guy keeps his word. Sure enough, we have been stalling here for a while, waiting for me to show up, right? That's just right. I'm here. The plot can begin." Seeing that everything went smoothly. So Rayleigh didn't notice Kizaru's expression at the moment. At this time, Kizaru's expression didn't look like he was waiting for him to come over and act, but preparing to beat up Rayleigh. 071. Once the wages are paid, 4 emperors will be wasted. What about Rayleigh? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru had just been beaten by Ron. I'm getting up and moving my body. He would not dare to neglect the Inspector General now. I was taught a lesson just now, and I became much more honest in an instant. I don't dare to let go anymore. And Ron saw this. He sat back on the chair again. Because he already felt that Pluton Rayleigh was coming soon. So, he plans to continue supervising the war. Take a look at Kizaru's performance now. I hope this guy doesn't make himself angry again. If he still dares to let go, then I won't be merciful. Marine has 2 major thorns. One is Garp, who is good at releasing water. The other is Kizaru, who is good at catching fish. That guy Garp was taught a lesson by himself and has made a lot of corrections now. We'll see how he performs when he comes back. The Summit War is also a test for Garp to change his ways. Let's see if he can carry out his own justice and attack Luffy at that time. I hope there won't be another scene like being punched away by Luffy. As for Kizaru, this guy is actually much harder to educate than Garp. I want to completely change his bad habit of fishing. There is a long way to go. But under his iron fist today, this guy must not dare to let go, at least today. It depends on his performance next. And at this moment, Kizaru felt the sharp eyes behind him. Of course you have to perform well. I don't dare to let go anymore. Ever since, he stood up and dusted himself off. Since his debut, there has been almost no trace of dust stuck to his body. Today, my clothes are almost burned. But that's not important now. Kizaru decided to kill Luffy first. Sorry, Garp. Sorry, Dorag, I have to FK Luffy today. If not, my life is at risk. Then, Kizaru quickly disappeared in place. Transformed into 587 rays of light. Appear in another place. Straw Hat crew has taken advantage of this time to travel far. But how can they be as fast as Kizaru? He had caught up with Zoro in almost the blink of an eye. At the same time, the light transformed into a human form again. Kizaru suddenly raised his leg. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru touched his chin, turned slightly sideways. A direct sweep. However, he never expected it. He was actually stopped. Snapped. Advertisement. Pluton Rayleigh rushed over quickly. Flying close to the ground. Looks extremely chic. He came over and kicked Kizaru's feet away. Directly blocking Kizaru's attack. Kizaru was rubbing his chin at this moment. Look at Rayleigh. Hey, are you finally here? Very good. Then I will deal with you first. After I finish dealing with you, I will go and kill all the Straw Hat crew. I'm sorry, Rayleigh, I have someone to supervise the battle this time. I'm going to take it seriously. Just ask for your blessings. Kizaru's expression rarely became serious. Then, a ray of light appeared in his hands. Turn into a weapon. Tien Kongyan sword. Kizaru held the sword in both hands and said calmly to Rayleigh. Rayleigh's appearance was too sudden. Caught the surrounding marine soldiers off guard. I didn't react for a while. Who is this person? When they finally saw this person's face clearly, I couldn't help but take a breath. This guy is so familiar. His wanted warrant alone has been hanging at Marine headquarters for more than 40 years. They don't even want to know each other. So when they saw Rayleigh's face, he recognized it at a glance. This was the face on the wanted poster. BFEJ, is Pluton Rayleigh. No, Pluton Rayleigh is here. This guy is the vice captain of the Pirate King. It's a living legend. Why is he here? I never imagined that one day we would see a legendary figure doing something with our own eyes. I don't know if Kizaru Admiral can withstand it. Rayleigh is the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Extremely powerful. Known as Pluton Rayleigh. The two words Pluton are used for the three major weapons in ancient times. Now people are actually given this title. It can be seen how terrifying this guy Rayleigh is. His strength has been recognized by everyone. That's why it's called Pluton. Think about it too. Someone who can accompany the Pirate King to conquer the world. How could he be weak? This can be judged by the fact that he has never been caught by Marine in all these years. This guy is very powerful. Even though he is an old man now. It still feels like something that should not be underestimated. I didn't expect it to be on this small island. How could such a big shot appear? This really surprised everyone. What is he doing here? Watch this action. Could it be that he came to rescue Luffy? That's why he attacked Kizaru Admiral. The surrounding Marine soldiers suddenly understood. I couldn't help but start to worry about Kizaru Admiral. Can Kizaru Admiral cope? Advertisement. After all, no matter what, the other person is still a figure from the era of One Piece. A living legend. Rayleigh's arrival. Instantly, the Marine soldiers around him felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. But it gave Straw Hat crew hope. Usopp said excitedly. Luffy, great, it's Pluton Rayleigh here, now we are saved. There's no problem relying on him to stand out from the Marine Admiral, right? Zoro nodded and said, of course, no problem, that's a living legend. Sanji also took the time to light a cigarette. I didn't expect to see such a legendary figure here. But why does Pluton Rayleigh want to help us? Nami said even more excitedly. It seems we will have to thank him in the future. Take advantage of this opportunity and run away. Luffy smiled. Since this uncle is the vice captain of the Pirate King, he must be able to defeat this Marine Admiral. Then we can escape with confidence. Leave it to him here. In Luffy's mind, One Piece is the most powerful. Then, the vice captain of One Piece must also be very powerful. Calling an admiral should be easy, a piece of cake. Rayleigh was confused at the moment. Kizaru, what did you say to yourself that made no sense just now? Why do you say sorry to yourself? What does it mean to have someone supervise the battle? He also said he should take it seriously. He even asked me to wish for more blessings. This series of words, said Rayleigh a little confused. I don't know what this guy wants to express. After all, Rayleigh has been locked up at the auction house for several days. Not very well informed. There was no newspaper in sight either. So I don't know much about what happened in the past few days. First, didn't know Marine had an inspector general. I don't know that the main task of this inspector general is to supervise the war. But Rayleigh noticed Ron when she first came here. Because Ron's actions really don't fit the scene. It seemed too prominent. Everyone is fighting. This guy is actually sitting on a chair. Pretty legs. And there was a row of men in black standing behind him. This really feels a bit weird. So, Rayleigh noticed this scene when he first came here. Also noticed this strange person. But he didn't know this person. And looks very young. I can't feel any breath either. With his observation Haki, he didn't notice what kind of aura the other party had. They look just like ordinary people. He probably doesn't have much strength. This was Rayleigh's first impression of Ron. So I didn't take it to heart at all. At this time, Kizaru said inexplicably that someone was supervising the battle, so he had to fight seriously. It's really baffling. Advertisement. Rayleigh didn't understand. Until the bald man spoke. Now, Ron saw Kizaru holding Tien Kongyan, but there was no attack for a long time. His expression immediately became unhappy. Then he slammed the chair. Shouted. Kizaru, what are you doing? Do you want to be beaten again? Attack me quickly. Within 5 minutes, if you can't win the battle, then all your wages will be deducted. Ron said it very seriously. The expression is serious. The tone was also very solemn. After hearing this, Kizaru shuddered all over. Then don't dare to neglect. You can tolerate being beaten, but you can never have your wages deducted. So he immediately took the Tien Kongyan sword and slashed down. Extremely fast. Rayleigh almost lost her defense. He hurriedly raised his knife to block. Huge power. Just ask Rayleigh to bend her legs. Bang. The ground beneath his feet collapsed. At this moment, Rayleigh's expression changed. He couldn't help but exclaimed. I made 2 gestures as promised, but you, this guy, are serious about it. He can feel it. Kizaru didn't hold back. It was clearly agreed that they would make gestures to each other, act a little, and then it would be over. I said that there is someone to supervise the war, and it's about wages. I'm going to be serious this time, so just ask for your blessings. Kizaru repeated the words again. Then a violent attack began. At this moment, Rayleigh truly realized. This Kizaru is indeed real. At the same time, he also took time to look into the distance. I couldn't help but suddenly realized. Is that bald man over there supposed to be the person he said was responsible for supervising the battle? What is the origin of this guy? You can actually make this guy Kizaru fight so seriously. Someone who can make Kizaru so obedient and so scared. Why have you never heard of it? But Rayleigh can't think too much now. Kizaru's attacks are too fast. The beating made him miserable. After a round of rapid attacks, Rayleigh was already breathing heavily. It's obvious that he can no longer keep up with Kizaru's rhythm. But Kizaru's attacks are getting faster and faster. It is also getting faster and faster. With sparkling fruit ability. Completely one-sided suppression. Kizaru's performance this time was just like when he played against Zephyr. Ron couldn't help but thought. It would be better to raise his salary, it would be more effective than beating him. The Marine soldiers who were worried about Kizaru before could not help but be shocked. It turns out that Kizaru Admiral is better than Pluton Rayleigh. At this moment, Rayleigh was already angry. Kizaru, do you really think I'm old? 072. The top executioner will get +1. Save a few more to kill them together to get a good ranking. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rayleigh didn't know why Kizaru was so angry. The attack was so violent. And he didn't hold back at all. It was for him. He looked like he was going to kill him. What's wrong with this guy? This is not like his style. What about the ambiguous justice promised? What if you agreed that any fight would be fishy? Why did your painting style change suddenly today? Been working so hard. Rayleigh barely parried Kizaru's attack. But this guy's attacks are getting faster and faster. I can't stand it anymore. Rayleigh really doesn't understand. Are you working so hard just because there is someone supervising the battle? This is unlikely, based on Rayleigh's understanding of Kizaru. Even if Sengoku is personally supervising the battle. This guy also fished when he needed to, and let go when he needed to. It is absolutely impossible to attack like a chicken like now. Could it be that he is so afraid of that bald man? That guy doesn't look very powerful either. Why does Kizaru just listen to him? What is his origin? I have been on the sea for so many years, but I have never heard of such a number one person. Where did this come from? Rayleigh saw a row of men in black standing behind Ron. It was immediately obvious that these people were CP9. According to CP9's status, only the top officials of the world government can order them. That is to say, this bald man is a high-level person in the world government. This is even stranger. Although Marine is said to be a subsidiary of world government. But there is no need for Marine's top management to be supervised by the world government. I really can't figure it out. But now he couldn't allow him to think too much. Kizaru's attacks became more and more violent. If I don't show my true strength, I'm afraid I will really be killed by Kizaru. So, Rayleigh directly covered the weapon with emission. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki also quickly entangled itself. This is an extremely advanced usage technique. Conqueror's Haki can be attached to any weapon like emission. There are very few people who master Conqueror's Haki. However, among them, those who can master Conquerors and Haki are even rarer. But they have undoubtedly become top experts. At the same time, the old eyes also became sharp. It's as if the Rayleigh who once amazed the sea is back again. Advertisement. God avoids. I saw Rayleigh holding the knife with both hands and slashing horizontally. He actually used the skills of the Pirate King. Although not as powerful as Roger. But, with years of contact between Rayleigh and Roger, he has mastered all the essentials of this move. Use it. It also achieves the effect of 70% to 80% of one piece. Originally an ordinary sword, at this moment, Haki is wrapped in black and red. In an instant, there was a sense of oppression. From left to right, it seemed to cut through the sky and divide the world into two. The whole air made a tearing roar. It makes one's eardrums burst. Not only that, the surrounding air seemed to have the same effect as thick water. Since it can produce a sense of stagnation visible to the naked eye. Light passing through here is distorted. This was the first time Ron had seen this move in reality. It seems that people in the One Piece world also have some abilities. This divine avoidance is indeed powerful. The whole world was eclipsed. Pulled by Haki's ultimate, the clouds in the sky split into two. The huge roar was like a bolt from the blue. Ron was immediately displeased when he saw that Kizaru was only using half of his strength. Everyone is opening up too much. Are you still using Flata here? Kizaru, show your true skills. Don't embarrass Marine. One move ends the battle. Otherwise, 1 year's salary will be deducted from your salary. Ron roared beside him. This kind of battle is watched by so many people. If the pirates were to steal the spotlight, where to put Marine's face? Rayleigh is originally a remnant of the old era and the second in command of the Pirate King, so he has a sense of topic. If he had the upper hand in this battle, wouldn't that be talked about by ordinary residents? Couldn't Marine become the backdrop for Rayleigh's comeback? How could Ron allow this to happen? So, in this battle between the Marine Admiral and the captain of the One Piece server, victory must be achieved with an overwhelming advantage. Only in this way can Marine's prestige be established. Let everyone know that these remnants of the old era are nothing more than that. That's why Ron asked Kizaru to use his full strength. Now this move should be Rayleigh's strongest attack. He must be suppressed with stronger attacks to achieve the best results. Kizaru didn't expect that even though he worked so hard, he wouldn't be scolded by Ron. Advertisement. I couldn't help but feel a little speechless. I work hard, with the hard-earned money from working 9 to 5. But you made me fight for my life. But when I thought about being deducted from my salary for a year, I might even get beaten up by Ron. Kizaru suddenly became serious. Finish early and get off work early. In an instant, Kizaru's dull eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. At this moment, he also felt the power of Rayleigh's move. It looked like the god was about to attack him. Kizaru's entire body instantly turned into a light gun. The ultimate edition of 8-foot Magatama, Aurora gun. Concentrate and reach the top. This is Kizaru concentrating all the attacks of the 8-foot Magatama scattered all over the sky into one point. Use yourself as a weapon. This is his strongest single target attack. It's ready now. The huge light gun was accelerated to ultimate in an instant. Just like the first ray of light when heaven and earth first opened. So dazzling. Directly collided with Shen Yao. In an instant, the whole world became gray. It was as if all light was blocked. The dark clouds in the entire sky spread out like cracks. The black and red Haki spread across the sky instantly like a spider web. Make a sizzling sound. The ground beneath their feet could not bear the weight. Collapsed directly. Countless gravels flew everywhere. Ron snapped his fingers. Order CP9 to protect the surrounding Marine soldiers from being affected by the rubble. With CP9's current reaction speed and strength, it is relatively easy to stop these rebels. After all, they have now mastered the flowing water breaking rock fist to the 6th level. Such an anxious collision lasted less than half a minute. Then the yellow sharp arrow changed and directly broke through the attack of the gods. Directly penetrated Rayleigh's chest. Kizaru also turned into a human form and appeared behind Rayleigh. It's over, Rayleigh. You're still old. Kizaru said calmly without looking back. PFF'd. Rayleigh spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, his whole body was shaky and he almost fell down. Fortunately, the knife in his hand hit the ground directly. Helped him stabilize his body. You are stronger than the legend says. I thought Akainu was the strongest among Marine Admiral. Rayleigh smiled. He lost. Later, 2 CP9s came up and cuffed Rayleigh with seastone handcuffs. Advertisement. Summit War Execution Personnel +1. Since it is a summit war, how can it be enough to kill only one ace? Today, Ron has collected Ace, Rayleigh, and Gecko Moria. The scene will be lively by then. Push them up together, and the execution will be quite spectacular. This time Summit War, Ron plans to play a big one. Take advantage of the world's attention. 20 or 30 people were executed at one time. Make the scene shocking. Ron is still very satisfied with Kizaru's performance. This guy finally showed off some admiral, the way it should be. 0. After all, it's Marine Admiral, and the health swordsmanship with Rayleigh is also very fascinating. This ending shocked many people present. At the same time, it also subverted everyone's three views. They were still surprised at the strength of the captain of the One Piece uniform just now. But in a blink of an eye, the deputy captain of the Pirate King was killed by Marine Admiral. This scene directly brought this legendary pirate down from the altar. For these ordinary people, they cannot understand the battle process. They only care about who wins and who loses. And now, Marine Admiral directly killed the Pirate King's deputy captain in such a public way. Is there anything more inspiring than this? This moment. The prestige of the entire Marine has risen again. In the hearts of the people of Sabaody Archipelago, they have more confidence in Marine. If Marine is so strong, why should he be afraid of pirates in the future? Not even the crew of One Piece. As for the other little thieves, let alone them. Ron's effect was achieved. It has been less than half a month since Ron took office. First, it changed everyone's attitude towards Marine in Alabasta. It also changed everyone's view of Marine in the capital of Seven Waters. This time, everyone at Sabaody Archipelago was impressed by Marine. In these three places, Marine's image has undergone earth-shaking changes from before. Along with the spread of Marine's name, there is also the deeds of the bald Inspector General. The sword slashes Shichibukai, punches Garp, and kicks Kizaru. Many parents even say when educating disobedient children, "If you don't obey me again, let the Inspector General arrest you." Suddenly, in these three places, Ron has become the embodiment of justice. At this moment, the system sound appeared again. Correcting Kizaru's lazy character and letting him fight with all his strength will give the people more confidence in Marine and strengthen Marine's justice. Get a silver treasure chest. Whether it is turned on or not. Whether. At this moment, Straw Hat crew was confused. Especially Luffy. Before, they thought that the Pirate King's vice captain could beat the Marine Admiral. I was glad to be saved this time, but in the blink of an eye, Rayleigh was killed by Kizaru. Facing this monster, can I still run 3 this time? 073. Kizaru had to get off work on time at 5 o'clock and was beaten again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Straw Hat crew is really desperate at this moment. The only hope just now has been extinguished by Kizaru. Have to say, after Rayleigh arrived, they really thought they could run out of here. With their strength, it is impossible to imagine how powerful Marine Admiral is. But the reputation of the Pirate King's vice captain is very great. So, with Rayleigh helping them stop Marine Admiral, they will have a chance to escape from Admiral's hands. Now, we see that Rayleigh has been killed by Kizaru. At this time, it's too late to have too much time to think. Luffy immediately said to all his friends, "Everyone quickly disperse and run away. We are no match for him now. We will come back in 3 days and gather here." In desperation, Luffy's mind was particularly clear. At this time, the only option is to run away. In the face of absolute strength. What is the dream of the Pirate King? What does it take to be the freest person on the ocean? These all appear so fragile and vulnerable. Saving one's life is the most important thing. At this time, Luffy didn't rush up and said that he was going to be the Pirate King. Faced with the huge gap in strength, this guy can finally be clear-headed. Stop daydreaming every day. With his current strength of 907, he tells others everywhere that he will become the Pirate King. The fact that he is still alive is all thanks to Luffy's strong background. Otherwise, put it in the words of someone else, it was probably killed long ago. Imagine a little kid saying in front of you every day that he wants to become a gang boss. And he keeps gesticulating with you all day long. Any normal person would probably not be able to bear it. I wish I could go up and beat him up. Unless this kid's father and grandfather are both awesome. This is Luffy's current state. At Luffy's order, the companions immediately fled in all directions. One can escape. Ron looked at this scene and couldn't help but shook his head. If this guy Luffy didn't have a background, he probably wouldn't be able to get here. There is no one to protect now. All they could do was start running away. In Ron's opinion, he is just a brat who doesn't know the heights of the world. Basing personal freedom on violating universal rules. Relying on his strong family connections, he acts recklessly and causes trouble everywhere. It seemed that he had done a good deed, but it caused a lot of trouble, and the damage and impact he caused far outweighed the little good deed he did. It's like trying to save a bird standing on a power line, but ended up destroying half a street, smashing a power plant, and causing a blackout in half the city. The bird was saved, but a bunch of people were involved in the disaster. Eventually someone else has to wipe his ass. Ron snapped his fingers. Kizaru, stop being cool here and go complete your next mission. Advertisement. Catch them all. Robin must be alive, the others don't matter. Kizaru was stunned. Why did you call him here again? Don't play by the rules. He thought he would get off work after beating Rayleigh. So after the battle just ended, he was still standing there with his hands in his pockets, waiting for time. 9 to 5. Seize the time. Ready to off work. After all, Kizaru is a very punctual person and is punctual every day at work and after get off work. Especially coming off work is very positive. I clock out on time at 5 o'clock every day. And now it's 5 o'clock. When he just killed Rayleigh, it was almost 5 o'clock. The reason why Kizaru worked so hard to kill Rayleigh just now was because it was time to get off work. He doesn't want to work overtime. Rayleigh must be killed before 5 o'clock. So he tried his best. He used his strongest attack. Consumed most of the energy. The battle ended as quickly as possible. At this moment, Kizaru looked at his watch. It's exactly 5 o'clock. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It's time to get off work. I'm getting ready to leave, and I've even thought about what I'm going to have for dinner. Although he is currently on the battlefield, Kizaru doesn't care about this. He will get off work when the time comes. It doesn't matter whether you've finished this battle or not. If you haven't, the worst thing is that you'll have to fight again when you go to work tomorrow. Anyway, he doesn't care what others do. I must get off work. If you are willing to fight here, then continue fighting, I am leaving anyway. Therefore, according to past habits, after 5 o'clock, he could go home directly without saying hello to anyone. But he never expected that. At this time, Ron stopped him again and asked him to complete the task. Let him capture the Straw Hat crew. This really made Kizaru feel a little helpless. Even Sengoku doesn't usually allow himself to work overtime. Everyone knows that he works from 9 to 5 every day at the Marine headquarters. Get off work on time at 5 o'clock every day. No work will be accepted, and any tasks in execution must be interrupted. No one can say it won't work. We can wait until work the next day to talk about everything. Because Kizaru is relatively strong. Marine Admiral again. So no one dared to do anything to him. Even if it looks unpleasant. Can't say anything. We can only let him be free. Advertisement. There are even many times when he is performing a task like now, but suddenly it is 5 o'clock, and then Kizaru gets off work directly, regardless of whether he is currently performing a task. This is true even when fighting with other Marines. This guy can really leave his subordinates here and then get off work. Sometimes his own men dare not speak out in anger. I was really speechless and angry. But there is no way. After all, he is a Marine Admiral, and he is so strong. Every powerful person has some personality. And that's Kizaru's personality. What can be done to him? Sengoku has no temper with this man. For so many years, I have been acting according to Kizaru's temper. Now, it's already my time to get off work. For Ron's orders. Kizaru has no intention of executing. Anyway, I have fulfilled my obligations, and now it is no longer working time. What can you do to me? You can't beat me up for this. It's impossible to deduct my salary because of this. This makes no sense. After all, Marine is also a profession. It's time for me to get off work. What's going on in the next shift? No matter where you say it, it makes sense to me. Ron was a little surprised. Looking at Kizaru standing there, looking down at his watch, as if waiting for something. He had no intention of executing his orders at all. Does this guy deserve another beating? Ron slapped the chair. With a snap. Then he said loudly, Kizaru, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and capture the Straw Hat crew. Don't make me say it a second time. It was obvious that Ron's tone was bad. And the voice he spoke was much louder. Usually in this state, you are about to hit someone. And Kizaru relied on his own reasoning. He looked confident that I would get off work when I arrived. Said, it's already 5 o'clock now. I have to get off work. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. After finishing speaking, Kizaru turned around and prepared to leave. Kizaru Admiral is going to get off work on time again. There is no way, he does this every time. Alas, it seems that today's arrest operation can only end here. So many brothers were injured in vain, and in the end, no one was arrested. The Marine soldiers who were familiar with Kizaru began to complain helplessly at this moment. Ron was stunned for a moment. ITM. In the middle of the war, just leave your men here and leave. Regardless of their life or death. Just let the pirates who were about to get it run away. Advertisement. This is equivalent to the police catching a thief halfway, but then turning around and leaving when the off-duty time comes. Is this equivalent to a soldier going to the battlefield to fight the enemy, and then at the end of the day, he throws down his gun and goes home, letting the enemy rush in? Is this equivalent to a doctor operating to save someone, disemboweling someone just now, and then at the end of the day, leaving it alone and going home? Ordinary job. Ron has nothing to say, but is it an ordinary job to be a Marine who saves lives and helps the wounded and eliminates violence? Can the same routine used in ordinary work be used here? Ron was immediately furious. What do you think your career is? How many people are risking their lives here? Are you just allowed to do whatever you want? I must teach Kizaru a lesson today. Kizaru twisted his mouth, waved his hands without looking back, and said, I am off work according to the rules. Even if you are the Inspector General, you have no reason. Snapped. Kizaru hasn't finished speaking yet. It felt like my waist had been hit hard. I'm going to teach you a lesson and you don't have to think of a reason. While he was talking, Ron kicked Kizaru directly on the waist. So fast. Kizaru couldn't react at all. It was clearly nearly 100 meters away from Kizaru just now. Unexpectedly, he was already close in the blink of an eye. Bang! 1.8. Huge impact. Like a meteorite falling. Kizaru spat out a mouthful of old blood. Unable to withstand such a strong impact, his whole body flew backwards. It stretched out in all directions and drew a ravine on the ground. Extremely embarrassed. Kizaru was so kicked that his kidneys were weak. I just feel like my eyes are dim. The brain has become a little sluggish. He didn't expect that the Inspector General would actually beat him again. It doesn't make sense. It made sense for him to hit himself before. At least there is a reason. Kizaru also knows that he was indeed a little passive and lazy before. It was reasonable for him to be beaten by the Inspector General at that time. What confused Kizaru was, I just get off work on time at 5 o'clock, what's wrong with that? Do you want to get a beating? Where is the law of heaven? Are you still letting people rest? Luffy's group is not very powerful, you can just find anyone and arrest them. Why don't you let me get off work? My workload in one day today is more than what I usually do in a year. Even so, are you asking me to work overtime? Exploitation is not like this, right? Kizaru is now extremely convinced. This Inspector General is targeting himself. 074. Kizaru. I work overtime voluntarily, no one forces me. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Waist pain. Kizaru clutched his abdomen in pain. In fact, when attacking others, his favorite position is to kick on the waist. I didn't expect that I would be kicked by someone today. This kind of pain is really sour. Kizaru felt dizzy all over. I didn't expect that I just left work early as required. Is this also wrong? Does this mean giving yourself a kick? This Inspector General had a reason to beat himself before, but now he started beating him without any reason. Is it too much? I have completed my work perfectly today. Caught this guy Rayleigh. It's time to get off work now. What's wrong with leaving at this time? This kick convinced Kizaru very much. Because he thinks he is right. Anyway, he got off work as required. What's wrong with this? You have no reason to fine me or deduct my salary. Then why am I afraid of you? Kizaru himself has this idea. But he never expected that this guy Ron didn't reason with him and just kicked him. Kizaru was kicked off guard. Ron walked over slowly, step by step. Looking at Kizaru, his eyes suddenly became much colder. Kizaru, are you still planning to get off work? Kizaru heard this. I couldn't help but shudder. He could feel the harshness in Ron's voice. But Kizaru still thinks that he is not wrong. Marine's commuting time is set in advance. Even Sengoku had no reason to punish himself. Does the Inspector General have too much responsibility? I am commuting to get off work according to the regulations. What's wrong with this? Still unrepentant. Ron almost laughed in anger. This guy only cares about himself and doesn't care about others. In this battle to contain the supernova, Marine deployed a total of 10 warships. Nearly 10,000 Marines came in total. So many people are fighting on the battlefield now. You, the general, will get off work at that time. Let your subordinates fight alone there. Do you want to show some face? As a leader, you get off work on time and leave other subordinates to work overtime. He actually said he was right so confidently. Ron smiled maliciously. Then he punched Kizaru in the abdomen again. Bang. Such a heavy blow. Even the surrounding Marine soldiers felt it. It's like beating a drum. Ron's control is very good, ensuring that the other party feels ultimate's pain. They won't kill the opponent directly. Advertisement. After this punch, Kizaru almost cried. Isn't this too painful? I just get off work on time. Why are you having trouble with me? Is that wrong? Kizaru tilted his mouth and said firmly. What did I do wrong? Dwang. Another punch. Kizaru felt his eyes turn white. The whole person felt light and airy. They were almost fainted from the pain. Is that wrong? I act according to the rules, what's wrong with that? Different from the previous times when I was beaten. This time Kizaru really believed that he was not wrong. Dwang. There was another loud noise. Kizaru felt like his internal organs were about to be vomited out. Ever since he became Logia, I've never felt this way before. He could sense that the Inspector General wasn't attacking with advanced Haki at all. Just use ordinary undressed Haki to cover your hands to ensure that you can attack Logia's body. This feeling of pain, it comes more from the strength of the fists. Do you think you were wrong now? Ron's tone remained calm. Very gentle, but it's like Shinigami's reminder. Kizaru almost ran out of energy. But he believes that if he admits his mistake this time, it will be impossible for him to get off work on time in the future. For the sake of myself, I will get off work on time at 5 o'clock every day. Kizaru gritted his teeth and said firmly. That's right. Dwang, dwang, dwang. Ron didn't throw a punch or ask a question this time. Instead, they continued to attack fiercely. One hand grasped Kizaru's shoulder. Another hard blow to the restored belly. Kizaru's screams even spread throughout the island. Ron's hand still didn't stop. This scene made everyone around me confused. Everyone stopped and opened their mouths in surprise. The pirates didn't run away either. Marine stopped arresting him. Ordinary citizens also stopped. Everyone watched this scene at the same time. They were all attracted by this incredible scene. This is a rare sight in 1,000 years. The battle between Kizaru and Pluton Rayleigh just now was a rare one in 10 years. So in front of you. The scene where Ron beats up Kizaru is simply something that has never been seen in 1,000 years. A dignified Marine Admiral. Because he got off work on time at 5 o'clock, the Inspector General grabbed him by the collar and beat him hard. Compared to the previous large-scale skill attack, this scene is more impactful. Inspires the most primitive violent factor in human beings. Advertisement. Wait a minute, Isis. Let me say a few words. Kizaru was already speechless. I can barely make any sound. However, Ron would not stop until he heard what Ron wanted to hear. Dwang. I was wrong. I will never get off work at 5 o'clock again. You win. If the beating continued, I was afraid that my waist would be wiped out. Kizaru really couldn't hold on any longer. I no longer hold my tongue. He said quickly. When he finished saying this, Ron finally stopped punching Kizaru with his fist. Wouldn't it be over already? Why bother? Ron waved. Tashigi trotted over and handed a handkerchief into his hand. Ron took it and wiped the blood. Then he continued. Stop talking to me in the future. I said you were wrong. Of course there is a reason, you can just change it. Kizaru was already starry-eyed at this moment. All he could do was nod his head. He now regrets more and more that he took the initiative to come to Sabaody Archipelago. If only I had given this opportunity to Akainu. At this time, I am drinking tea leisurely in the office. Why should I suffer this? And then have this guy, the Inspector General, come in and supervise Akainu. Maybe even give Akainu a good beating. How wonderful this would be. It's all my fault that I didn't know which nerve was wrong during the day, so I had to take the initiative to come over. Why do you have to suffer this fate? What are you picturing? Kizaru is regretful now. Just one afternoon. He had been beaten several times. Some of them also resisted. But it's useless, it will only get beaten worse. Now I not only have to work hard here, I am also worried about whether I will be beaten because of a certain link that makes the Inspector General unhappy. The most helpless thing. Now that I have finished my beating, I will have to go to work overtime soon. It's true that I worked overtime with tears in my eyes. Remember, Marine Admiral is not an ordinary position. You are responsible for the lives of many Marine soldiers. Every battle, you are responsible for them. On the battlefield, you are the Marine soldiers' faith. You are not only responsible for taking them to participate in the battle, but also responsible for bringing them back intact. This is not just a job, it's a life. I usually work at the headquarters. It's okay for you to get off work at 5 o'clock. But if you lead troops to catch pirates, don't do this to me. Ron patted Kizaru's shoulder, said word for word. The tone was serious. At this moment, how could Huang Yuan listen? He was just afraid of getting beaten again. So I could only nod my head. Pouting. Looks like I understand. Advertisement. And the Marine soldiers who saw this scene. Completely stunned. Who would have thought that Kizaru Admiral has always gone his own way? Usually he doesn't even listen to Sengoku's orders. And this moment, He was actually defeated by this Inspector General. I was completely convinced. Sure enough, a hard fist is the truth. It is better to shake your fist once than to preach a truth 100 times. This time, these soldiers were completely exposed to the majesty of the Inspector General. It seems that the Inspector General's coming to supervise the war is not just a formality or a show-off. But it is really very strict. 990. Even the treatment of Admiral is merciless. When I think of this, these Marine soldiers immediately stood in a neat row. Just like a primary school student who was scolded by the teacher in class, he immediately sat down straight. He was afraid that Ron would notice that they were not standing neatly. Beat them up again. The pirates who stopped to watch were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They had seen the scene of Ron executing Rockdar from various reports before. Just being there today, it opened their eyes even more. This Inspector General is so ruthless that he will even beat his own people. Looking at the situation, it's a waste of time to run away, so just surrender and capture him. Ever since, a large number of pirates surrendered directly. Ron patted Kizaru's shoulder again. Said with seriousness and sincerity. So, are you willing to work overtime now? Kizaru coughed twice and then said. I'm willing to work overtime. Did I force you? No, I voluntarily work overtime. That's good. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, in that case, why don't we catch the Straw Hat crew quickly? They've all run away. After Ron's good communication, Kizaru Admiral enlightened. Get up immediately. It turned into a ray of light in the direction of Straw Hat crew. Use the 8-foot mirror to chase away. And just then, Lucci, who was sent out by Ron to capture St. Charlos, is back. 2 men in black held the Holy Brother and Sister Charos under the leadership of Lucci. Came to Ron. These 2 celestial dragon siblings are still struggling here. Do you know who I am? How dare you catch me? Call your commander. I'm going to sentence you all to death. I'm going to make you slaves forever. The 2 siblings were still showing their teeth and claws. Until they saw Ron. Instantly misfired. He closed his mouth and trembled all over. They never expected it. Surprised to see Ron here too. 075. Celestial dragons knelt down and begged for mercy, but were expelled by Ron Mariajoy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's celestial dragons. Aren't these 2 celestial dragons the cause of this? The Straw Hat Kid hit one of the celestial dragons at the auction house, which caused the Marine Admiral to come here. It turns out to be these 2 celestial dragons. But why were they escorted over by these men in black? I don't know. Aren't the celestial dragons the masters of this world? Are these sea urchins in black clothes too big? Even they dare to resist. You're stupid. It's obviously not the courage of these men in black, but the bald Inspector General. These men in black are all taking orders from him. Didn't you see that these celestial dragons who had been making noise just now didn't even dare to say anything when they saw this Inspector General? Residents of the entire Sabaody archipelago are now attracted. Which island knows the most about Tianlong? That is undoubtedly the Sabaody archipelago. Because this island is just below Mariajoy. There are often celestial dragons coming down. Especially going here to participate in the auction. The Sabaody archipelago was the largest slave trading site. It is also the golden cave of celestial dragons. Because it is relatively close to Mariajoy, celestial dragons can often be seen. Therefore, the residents of this island should know celestial dragons best. The other celestial dragons are okay, but in the past 3 years, they have restrained themselves. But these 2 celestial dragons often run rampant here. Randomly burning, killing and looting. If anyone gets upset, shoot them to death. Whose girl is beautiful, or whose daughter-in-law is beautiful? Take it away directly. It can be said that the Holy Brothers and Sisters of Charlos committed the most evil deeds in the Sabaody archipelago. Normally, no one would dare to take care of the Holy Brother and Sister Charlos here. Marine stationed at Sabaody archipelago had to bow his head when he saw the 2 of them. So, how powerful are the celestial dragons? No one knows this better than the people of this island. Hatred for the Holy Brothers and Sisters of Charos. And no one has more people than there are on this island. The Sabaody archipelago is too far from heaven and too close to the celestial dragons. What will happen if you anger the celestial dragons? What will happen if you dare to disrespect the celestial dragons? What will happen if you even look directly at the celestial dragons? Now the residents around them are extremely clear. It is precisely because of knowing this. Regarding this scene before my eyes. That's why they were a little surprised. It just felt incredible. Who on earth has the guts to arrest celestial dragons Charlos like a criminal? And he was also handcuffed. This is a picture they could not even imagine in their dreams. Just because a pirate punched celestial dragons, Marine sent out an admiral to catch him. Advertisement. This shows that this celestial dragons is very important. And now, this celestial dragons was arrested like a prisoner by the bald inspector general. This huge reversal made them confused for a moment what was going on. Didn't the inspector general come to this island with Marine Admiral to avenge the celestial dragons? If so, why did he want to capture the celestial dragons? Could it be that the inspector general is doing this to uphold justice and vent our anger? I really can't figure it out. At the same time, they actually started to worry about the inspector general. After all, everything this inspector general has done since arriving on this island has won the hearts of the people. Gained the respect of all residents. And it can be seen from his serious rectification of Marine's internal style problems. He is the true embodiment of justice. But now, he captured the celestial dragons. Isn't it too risky? Although it is said to vent their anger on these residents. But they don't want the inspector general to involve themselves in this matter. Compare your heart to your heart. If the inspector general is so nice to them, then they don't want the inspector general because they are going to piss off the celestial dragons. Because no one who messes with the celestial dragons ends well. So these residents don't want the inspector general to anger these two celestial dragons just to vent their anger. Now, Ron waved his hand, signaled the surrounding citizens to be quiet. They were all trying to persuade Ron just now. Let Ron avoid this trouble. To be honest, the actions of these residents are quite touching. Bluno, put Rayleigh and the others into your door fruit space, don't let him escape. Ron gave simple instructions, then walked up to the two celestial dragons. The brother and sister Charles Saint and Cherulia Palace, just before Ron left Mariajoy, the two of them often went to Ron's training ground to flatter him. During that period, these two people performed pretty well. Ron thought these two guys had changed their ways. But I never expected that it would not be long before I left Mariajoy. The two of them showed their true colors. Showed his true face. He ran to the Sabaody archipelago again and started buying and selling slaves. Looking at Ron's expression, he didn't look very good. St. Charles was so frightened that his lips turned blue. His tone was trembling and he immediately knelt down. Sir Ron, listen to my explanation. This is not what you think. We just came down for a walk, we didn't buy or sell slaves. Kneel this time. It directly scared the surrounding residents. Advertisement. This was their first time seeing celestial dragons, and they had to kneel down. This kind of scene. It was even more powerful than when Ron beat Kizaru just now. Today is really a shocking thing. One scene after another. Before this, who would have thought that celestial dragons would kneel down? And he still looked like he was crying. This expression is no different from ordinary people. At that time, after ordinary people in the Sabaody archipelago provoked the celestial dragons, they knelt down and begged for mercy with tears in their eyes. And now, this scene is happening again with celestial dragons. I have to admit, it was really refreshing to see this scene with my own eyes. There is a sense of pleasure in repaying others with their own way. However, they have to admit that this makes no sense. This inspector general is considered to be a senior official. At most, he only manages the top management of Marine. Going even further, at most, they can only take care of the people in the world government. But how can we take care of the celestial dragons? Celestial dragons are the masters of this world. The inspector general is just an ordinary management identity. Strictly speaking, he should be considered an employee of celestial dragons. How can this be brought to the employer's door? This is unscientific. And look at this celestial dragons looking scared. This is not staged. He was really scared to death. Who is this inspector general? How could the celestial dragons be so scared? Everyone who saw this scene had the same expression. And at this moment, Ron was holding the knife that Rayleigh dropped on the ground, patting St. Charles on the face. Then he said calmly, I haven't asked anything yet. You told me about buying slaves yourself. St. Charles was stunned by fear at this moment. Only then did he react. I was just caught, and the other party didn't question me. As a result, I was so frightened that I just said it all. Quote. Ah, no, Sir Ron, the two of us are really just passing by. Quote. Ron paid no attention to what the two of them said. Instead, he continued to play with the knife in his hand. While watching, he said, I remember, I said it 3 years ago. Do you remember what I said? Ron's voice was exceptionally soft. Advertisement. But there was a creepy feeling in my ears when I heard it. Especially since he had a knife in his hand. The holy capital of Charos was almost frightened and said tremblingly. Lord Ron said that celestial dragons prohibit the sale of slaves. What are the consequences? Ron was getting a little impatient. Yes. St. Charles was frightened by Ron's words. If he is discovered, the entire clan will expel Mariajoy and cancel his status as celestial dragons. The more St. Charles spoke, the softer his voice became. The voice became more and more trembling. For those lazy celestial dragons. Canceling their status as celestial dragons and expelling them from Mariajoy would be even more uncomfortable than killing them. I have bullied men and women over the years and offended many people. If I lose my identity as a celestial dragons, I will die soon. Those enemies would definitely want to kill him. Ron patted St. Charles on the head with a knife. Said lightly, since you know, that's good. Go back and tell your clan leaders to pack their bags together and leave Mariajoy before sunrise tomorrow. If you don't leave after the time limit, you know the consequences. Ron said in a very casual tone, as if he was in charge of what the family would eat for dinner. Boom. But these words were like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, the eyes of the brother and sister Shalulia Palace turned white and they almost fainted. The two guys were crying. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. Sir Ron, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it next time. Give us another chance. St. Charles is now filled with regret. He thought Ron wouldn't notice. That's why I secretly came down with my sister. I want to buy 2 mermaid slaves and bring them back to Mariajoy. But who would have thought that he would be so unlucky? I bumped into Ron here. If the leader of his clan knew that Mariajoy had caused the entire clan to be expelled because of them, the 2 of them would be beaten to death. Damn it. Charo's Sacred Heart wondered why he was so unlucky. It was obvious that his father often bought slaves secretly, but he had never been discovered. Why was it discovered the first time I bought it? Too noisy, right? Take them both away. Inform the 5 elders and get this matter done quickly. They are not allowed to leave with any money. Ron turned around. I really don't want to see these 2 idiots. He waved to Stussy behind him. He said calmly.